What the fuck? Something's weird going on with StreamYard. I don't know if it's playing it like it is for me to you, but this music's slowing down, going quick. I mean, what the heck is... Whoa. Hold on, let me pause it. Let me restart it. What the hell? Oh, I hope StreamYard's not gonna give a shit. Oh, it sounded bad. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I think StreamYard's bugging. All right, hopefully it's better. Man, that's 2 times now this week I've had to do that. What's up, everybody? What's up, Kid Kitty? Oh, it's doing it again. StreamYard. Well, fingers crossed everything goes okay tonight. This thing is acting weird. What's up, Butterfly Kisses? Oh my gosh. I'm trying to show my sis how to watch lives and get... tell her what's up. Who's your sister, SRB? Is she in the chat? What's up, Pam? Oh my gosh, this music is acting crazy. She's just so busy all the time, but she's mainly working. I gotcha. Well, yeah. What's up? What's up, Skittles? I saw you had the first comment. I don't know what happened to it. I don't see it. It's probably StreamYard. I hope I didn't miss a whole bunch of comments. What's up, SRB? Skittles, I've been meaning to ask you. New Zealand. Cassie. What's up? I am on at 6:30 every night, 6:30 Central, now that I'm not working overtime, just because all the East Coast peeps that watch the show, or Eastern time zone. Yeah. Oh, you're good, Skittles. Oh yeah, a little Born Under a Bad Sign. I had an idea. And it's working. Sitting in the corner, boo. Jinx, what's up? Definitely hit sub on Grizz if you enjoy the intro. Dude's awesome. Thank you, SRB. Thank you for being on last night, Jinx. I appreciate it. Whoa, StreamYard. Is the music like slowing down and speeding up for you? What's up, Justice? Is it slowing down and speeding up? Released from hospital today? Yeah, I got to join Ruckus's stream earlier. I was like, oh yeah, cool. I was like, well, I was doing some prep and stuff, and then I'm like, well, shoot, I'll sit here and listen to his stream while I do some prep. Yes, Jinx. Born Under a Bad Sign. That's the song that I've been playing. Friday the 13th under a full moon. Oh no. The trial for Allison, what's up? The trial for Ganon is whacked? I have not been paying attention to it. I've been saving some stuff for probably this weekend, but I have not been paying attention to it at all. So I have no idea what's going on. I know we listened to it that first day. Yeah, exactly, SRB. We checked something out a couple days ago, and oh man, just hearing the stuff that took place was tough to even listen to. Way more than what I thought took place, I'll tell you that. Same thing with the Lori Vallow case. Like that, like I thought it was just the children this whole time. And then we watched that case, and it's like, yo, this is crazy. What's up, Cold Truth? Thank you for hopping in. We got to set a date. Letitia and her yada 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 whatever is so annoying. Well, I'll be getting into some of that this weekend. Yeah, it was nice seeing everybody in Ruckus's stream. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Oh, This coffee is not warm. It's like lukewarm. Oh well. Show started. Yes, we do. Get into episode 2. And I want to appreciate you, Cold Truth, for hopping on and sharing that case with me. I appreciate you taking time out of your evening and doing that. And I can't wait till we can sit down again and do it again. I really appreciate you. Yada yada. What were you guys listening to the voicemails or something? I heard there was voicemails between the hubby and her or something. He was helping the LE out. I just got it off the coffee pot too, Cassie. I literally, right, like 10 minutes before the show. I ran downstairs real quick, hurried up, filled up, because I double fist my coffee when I do my show. Got my 2 cups, poured it up. This music is acting crazy. Yeah, I wasn't on his show. I was doing some prep for tonight's show, and when I was going through all my subscriptions, I noticed he was live. I didn't even get a notification, but I noticed he was live, and I was like, hell yeah! I'm gonna hop in and say what's up. I appreciate his support. And I definitely want to throw support when I can. Just start calling CJ. No court on Thursday. Yeah, I know. Oh, maybe. I got a Keurig up here. I need to start using that, but damn, that shit's so expensive anymore. But I'm talking about Cold Truth. I can dig it. Between and the wit. Really? I bet I don't. Yeah, I thought I did. I don't know. I appreciate Ruckus hopping on a couple nights ago for the floor stuff. I appreciate his information, and I appreciate him hopping up on the panel too. Thank you, Silky. Thank you, Jinx. Thank you, Ruckus. Ninja Brett. Where's Kevin? Where's Kevin at? Speaking of Ninja, I ain't seen Kevin. Is this music slowing down for you guys? Is it like acting crazy? It's like speeding up and slowing down. It's kind of throwing me off. Yeah. Yeah, he was in. I had my night off last night. Let me see. I'll hit him up real quick. I thought he was off. He might be sleeping. Because I think he's off tonight. Yo. There we go. I hit him up. I think he might be sleeping. I think he's off tonight. Kevin makes some bowls. Kevin makes some bowls. That's how I summon him, Cassie. That's how I wake him up when he sleeps on panel too. Make some bowls, Kevin. Huh? What? Huh? Yeah. I'll have to hit that bell again. Do you feel the need to bolt your phone? The phone calls were Letitia telling lie after lie until Al had enough and started. Really? Really? I did hear something like him saying, there's no other guy or something like that. Kevin, make some bowls, Kevin. Make some bowls. I feel like going to a convention to color everything else changing. Yeah. Shit, with the way that the weather is anymore these days, you gotta be damn careful. You'll get a tornado and then all of a sudden you'll get a blizzard. Ask Iowa. You fucking get a tornado and then an hour or two later you start to get 6 to 7 inches of snow in a blizzard. When in the hell has that ever happened? I don't know. I don't remember it happening. Crazy shit. Crazy shit. But it's like Cold Truth said a couple days ago. It might be them solar flares. That ain't no lie. It's 52 right now in South Central Texas. 52. Yeah, it's about that here. It got cold real quick this morning. I was like, it feels good though. I'm not ready for, I love summer and I love heat. I just can't stand humidity. Oh my gosh, it's the worst. That's why I miss Ohio. Barely any humidity at all except for a little bit. Man, you come here, it's from fucking the end of winter until the beginning of winter. It's freaking humid. Ooh, I need to get one of those, Pam. That'd be amazing. I got me one of these little things that's like a massager heater thing that I lay on. On these cold nights, I turn that baby on and get all warm under the blankets. 114. You had 114 up there? Yes. Yeah, right. Ice vest. Are you serious? You probably do, Jinx. You ain't lying. You probably do have one. No high humidity. I bet not. But damn, you guys get some snow. I heard you guys are getting some crazy snow. Or if not, soon. You get the weird blast from it. Yeah. Oh, well, maybe in that spot. Up in Northeast Ohio. Boy, those are the most beautiful summer nights ever. Northeast Ohio. Most beautiful summer nights. You know what I'm saying, in Cold Truth? But it is what it is. It's like, do you deal with humidity or do you deal with ice storms and blizzards? Which one? I think I'll pick humidity. Because at least I won't get in a freaking crazy ass accident in humidity. You will in an ice storm. Gosh, I remember the last ice storm. The last winter that I was in Northeast Ohio, I ended up fucking hitting a patch of black ice, and next thing you know, I'm spinning all sorts of different ways on the highway. Luckily, no cars were coming in my direction because it was 3:30 in the morning. And then I fly off on the side of the road. I start skidding, mud's flying everywhere, and I land about 1.5 feet from a tree right outside my driver window. And I'm like, holy shit, dude, you need to thank the stars. And that's when I was like, you know what? See you later, ice. That woke me up real quick. 1.5 feet from a freaking tree outside my driver window. I'm like, yeah. Suitcase size. Yeah. Oh, Florida. I love Florida. It's hot there too, but man, there ain't nothing better. I love Florida. Road trip. Dang, there's some fight going on in this dispatch. I picked Colorado, no humidity or snowy. That's interesting. No humidity. What, barely any snow in Colorado? Damn, that might be the next destination. Does Liberty have floaties? Oh, cool. True. Oh my gosh. Y'all are nuts. Get a sweet. Probably some spots, I'd imagine. Probably wouldn't have any. It's in that weird spot where that air starts to shoot downward. That's where the tornado alley air comes from, is those mountains, and it swoops down. And as it swoops down and starts traveling over the Midwest, and that Gulf air from the south heading upward slams into it, and then you get that crazy mixture that we've been having for the last couple weeks. Crazy mixture. I love Florida too. I don't know. I heard San Diego's like the best though, right? When it comes to weather. Average temperature, like what, 65, 70 degrees, barely rains, doesn't snow. Something about that. Cold truth, best part of Colorado is the double sunset sunrise. What? Double sunsets and sunrises going up and down the mountain. Interesting. You can have your swamp ass. Oh, wow. We got direct flights there. Cheap, too. Universal Halloween Horror Nights. Swamp ass, you been to Kentucky? Get in the water, you won't be swampy. No, but you can stay in air conditioning. Oh, man. Oh, shit. You guys are crazy. Just sitting here chatting for a half an hour talking weather. Weather and where we want to move. Grass isn't always greener on the other side because sometimes it's fake, right? Love the one you're with. I learned the value of wicking undies for summertime. What? What the fuck? You have to put that over. Aw. Where does one get those? You need to, Jinx, you need to have your own channel. How to wiki undies. The art of wiki. Wiki art. Hello, Libby. Thank you for hopping in. SRB is a wuss. Uh-oh. I got mine from Walmart's. I went to Middle Alabama for a vigil I hosted. Oh my gosh, real feel. Oh man. I can imagine down there. I can imagine the further south. Yeah. The Justice Suite is what happens. Oh, I had to be shown how. Aw, she's a princess, remember? Shut up, Loretta. At Libby. Thanks for hopping in. Thanks for checking it out. If there's wine, I'm in. Where I live, it's rarely under 30. Average temp is 60 to 90. Nice. What kind of heat's down there? Well, it's humid there, too. It's got to be humid as shit, right, Allison? Down there in north central Texas. Oh, shit. There's snapping going on. Oh, checked my tag and they're Fruit of the Loom. Have you watched They Always Move to Florida's True Crime? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And you guys are the best. I get so many compliments from my regards to the chat and how welcoming you guys are, and how awesome you make everybody feel. I appreciate you guys. I'm just a very small part in that. I'd be down and can't feel the heat if I'm drunk. I could. If I was drunk, I'd be like, ugh, no. Then I'd really be looking for some water. I want to dive in. Wise ass comments and zings. Yeah. And Libby, you even have side conversations going on too. It's no biggie. I want everybody to be able to commando in Florida. Woof. Uh-oh. Not this guy. Pretty nice summer. I like vodka in my water. just just a hint of water. Just a lemon squeeze of water. I'd have to have some wine. I was even thinking about that. I was at work today. I was like, man, I would like to have me some wine this weekend. But I probably won't. It's been a long time since I even had a sip of alcohol. Butterfly kisses again. What's up? What's up? Counterbalance and all. Just one single ice cube. My work is. I thought about sitting in on the trial. I don't think I'm going though. Ah, that'd be crazy. Add olives. Jinx. You're crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, I'm sorry you're having a bad night. We need to do wine night and Jack's Box. Well, we're doing Jackbox tomorrow night. We're just gonna do a hangout. Not really talk any crime or anything. I got some different things. I don't know, we'll see what happens. The show might get shut down midstream or something. Who knows? I don't know. But we'll just be doing hangout, chit chat, bullshit, and then we'll be doing some Jackbox and shit after a bit. So if you want to do some Jackbox and you're not doing nothing tomorrow night, just make sure you have a way to watch the stream, and then a device, whether it's a computer, tablet, or phone, to participate in the Jackbox games we'll be playing tomorrow night. We'll just be doing a little hangout or whatever, watching some funny shit or something, and then getting into some Jackbox. We'll just be hanging out tomorrow night. No crime. No crime. She'd flip out. Oh no. Mango wine? That does sound kind of gross. Lime juice, hold the olives, but I did discover that I do like olives this year. I'm not an olive person. I don't know. They just taste gross. Maybe if they were in alcohol, but I don't know. I don't really drink. If I drink liquor, it's usually Hennessy or Captain Morgan. But I'll usually go for the Hennessy. Oh, I'm sorry, Butterfly Kisses. Yes, hugs and flowers to you. Deep Eddie's grapefruit vodka. What the heck? What is that? Some Boone's Farm shit? What is that? Never heard of it. Yeah, sending hugs. Grapefruit vodka. I do like the cotton candy vodka. I just can't do vodka too much. I don't know. I just drank it too much when I was younger, I think. I don't have a taste for it anymore. Unless it's with orange juice. I love orange juice. No to olives, maybe a slice here or there. That's it. I'm making a drink. Yes, cotton candy vodka. What's up, Ava? Yeah, when I was in my vodka kick, gosh, I was getting all sorts of those different flavors, the banana flavored vodka, the cotton candy vodka. There's a grocery store that that sold all sorts of different flavors of vodka. So I'd just go pick out a couple that weekend, get me uh, some bubbly to mix with it. It was pretty good. Little concoction that I'd make, a little champagne and vodka. Mad Dog 2020. Oh my gosh, the headache in a bottle. Oof. And people think Hennessy's freaking harsh. No way. I love Hennessy. That shit goes down smooth for me, but that Mad Dog? Oh my gosh. I know what I'm hunting for. Undies and vodka. Hennessy on the lips. Yes, it is. Oh, I love Hennessy. That's my ultimate go-to, but some places don't carry it, so then I have to go for the Captain Morgan. Right, Jinx? Shit, you go from 0 to 10 real quick, too. So does that headache. Don't ever speak about yeah. Right? Oh, Everclear. Holy crap. Yeah. I didn't mess with that too much. Yeah, that was what there was like 4 nights I don't remember nothing, and Everclear contributed to 3 out of 4. That's a song I do not know. Let me see. Let me read the lyrics. No, what? Maybe I need to hear more of it. Aw. You guys are crazy. I grew up with that. I would take ginger ale and mix it. Really? Ginger ale with brandy and Everclear. Oh my gosh. E&J brandy. That brings back some memories too. The Irken jerk. Yeah, thank you for hopping in, Libby. Appreciate it. Cassie, same. How fun to chill one day together. You got bail money? Oh, yeah. Because Jinx already told you a couple nights ago. Her husband left a cart full of groceries and had to pick her ass up and take her to the car because, yeah, you better have some bail money. Oh, wow. Yeah, you heard. She already told you a couple nights ago on that Floor of Fire episode. She already told you. If you just checked out the show and you went to the timestamp where the Floor of Fire starts, always check out the intro and general chats before you get to the topic on the timestamp, because that's where the juice is at. Jinx, too bad you're not on the West Coast. Oh, shoot. I can just imagine. I can just imagine. And then you'd probably have SRB behind being all worried and shit. Be like, honey, no, honey, 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 no, no, honey, no. Stuck in the Midwest. Oh, you guys. I'm so glad you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. One day I raised my brother. Oh, I'm saying if Cassie and Jinx got together on a night out on the town or something, SRB, you'd be like, "Oh, honey, I don't know if that's a good idea." Cassie, honey, I don't know if that's a good idea. Jinx would be like, "Come on, girl, let's go." Oh shit, my bad. Oh, I did get it twisted. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. I am corrected. I put out false information. I'm sorry, SRB. I didn't mean to put out false information. Yes, Aftershock. Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh, what was it? What was the other one? Aftershock, and there was something else. There was the red and there was the blue. Ah, what was the other one? I've woken up on someone's roof. Oh my. Whoa. Oh, no shit. So Cassie's the one saying, Mom, I don't know if that's a good idea. Oh, Pam. Pam, thank you so much for your beautiful comments on my shows. I appreciate that. I really do. You always leave such beautiful comments on the episodes. Oh wow, SRB. Damn. My bad. My bad. Boone Farm. Oh yeah. Night Train. Boone's Farm. Yeesh. Oh my lord. I'd have. Holy crap. We handle our alcohol when I do. Oh, okay. Hey, the more you know, Cassie. I need to get that animation. I'm gonna make one this weekend. Hold on. I'm gonna make one because I thought about making like a commercial or something when I have to take a couple-minute break. You know what I mean? Have like a little commercial going or something. Make my own commercial. More you know. Animation. Ate chocolate and ramen for a while. Right, Ava? Oh, geez. So don't give her the jack. I want to encourage others. Oh, I appreciate that, Pam. My pawpaw made it in his barn. Really? Interesting. That would be interesting. I did watch that show Moonshiners on Discovery. That was a pretty cool show. I think they have it on there still. I don't know. I quit getting cable a long time ago. 6 years ago. It's like, yeah, I just watch YouTube mostly anyway. Might as well just save another $120 a month. Well, y'all learned a bit extra about my drunken ass tonight. Holy shit. Yeah, if you want to go out, bring SRB, right? Then he starts dancing. Closet partiers. The closet partiers. Oh, Cold Truth did make a drink. She ain't back yet. Oh man. Shh. Wow, we got some updates. Some updates on the Stephen Smith case. First off, I want to say prayers to Suzanne Andrews. We were talking earlier this week, and she had a death in the family, so I just want to say prayers to her and her family. So we'll end up having her on the show at some point in the future. We both definitely want to do it, but I'm just gonna kind of, respect respect her family and her and all that other stuff, and we can get to this other stuff some other time. But I just wanted to say prayers, and we appreciate you, Suzanne, and we want to say thank you for everything that you've done in the past and everything that you're going to continue to do in the future. You're a beautiful soul, and nothing but blessings wished for you and the future. So I just want to say thank you, and we appreciate you. Hey, Dre, thanks for hopping in. Oh yeah, same here. Jinx, where's Kevin? I know, I think he's sleeping. I think it's his night off. Starting to sound like it. Yeah, we're all chill here, you know? That's the beautiful thing about it, is we're all chill. We got our coffee. Wake his ass up. I sent him a message. I'm gonna let the man sleep. He works 12-hour days, you know? Yeah, thank you for hopping in, Dre. Dre, actually, I know you mentioned something about a t-shirt, so we got something special for you in the works here. Probably be done. I got some new logos, couple new logos coming out this weekend. And then I got this really cool butterfly to go with your name for a t-shirt. So once we get all those things created, then I'm gonna go ahead and see what you think. I'll send you the pictures and let me know what you think. Finally sitting outside with heavy. Nice. What's the temp? How's the weather over there, Dre? Yeah, it's a really cool butterfly. See what you think. How's the weather over there? '50s maybe. I don't think any of us are getting nasty storms for a while now, at least a week or something. Man, this StreamYard just is bugging like crazy. So yeah, they kind of snuck the autopsy. Kind of snuck it past us. It was kind of interesting. Here, here we, we had the last kind of update we had on it. The attorney was saying that, as a Friday afternoon, he was saying that they were trying, hopefully, they could get it all like sorted out or whatever and approved and this and that. And the next thing you know, there's pictures out on Twitter like Saturday night, Sunday morning, that the frickin' autopsy was already done. So it was like, whoa. But then we heard that the person, what's her name, Dr. Michelle Dupree, uh, mentioned that on a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 10 when it came to information and evidence. The body was well preserved, and so they were pretty happy and excited with what they were able to gain from that autopsy. Everybody wants to drink. It's not, well, it kind of is Friday in a way, right? I got tomorrow off, but sounds like they all had machines. Something. I don't know, but we got some videos. We got some videos with Dr. Michelle Dupree, Kenneth Kinsey. We got some Eric Bland, some Banfield, some News Nation. I am glad they did it. It was very private. Yes. And I think that's why they did that, obviously, was because they didn't want to tip everybody off, and then all of a sudden the amateurs are down there and making a spectacle and this and that. So I totally understand. It was just kind of crazy. Oh, yum. That sounds good. Firing down the bubbler. Yeah, sounds like they're pretty complete with it. Can't wait to, yeah. So it'll be exciting kind of checking out the new updates and stuff like that. Crazy stuff with the Delphi. So we'll probably have a Delphi night maybe this weekend. Yeah, Cassie's Pacific time. So it's 5:30 there. What time tomorrow and what can I bring? So I might be doing a stream in the late morning or something tomorrow, actually. I thought about it because I got tomorrow off. Going to cover Delphi is nuts right now. I know. Especially all that stuff that's coming out the last few days. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'll probably do one. Gosh, I've been wanting to do one forever. I got so much stuff. Like so much that I haven't even checked out for like the last 2 or 3 months. Just oddball shit. Just some oddball shit. Some interviews and different things like that. But I'd definitely like to get caught up. It's been a while since I even checked that out. Yes, prayers for Suzanne. Thank you. Oh, yeah. When are you going to be doing one, Justice? I got to do some Idaho 4. I got Idaho 4 stuff to do. Come on over. What's up, Kel? Yeah, when are you going live next, JSD? You guys think he's being treated unfairly? Oh, that'll be cool. Maybe tomorrow. StreamYard is bugging. All right, so we'll go ahead and switch. Let me see here. So I want to thank Pam for this link. Go ahead and shut down the scanner. I'll switch to this. Thank you for the link, Pam. Yeah, he doesn't look good, does he? I know. He really does look like a POW. You know what I'm saying? You look at that picture, it's like, oh, wow, he really does look like a POW. And from what I've heard, that facility is sketch. Yeah, that's what I heard. He doesn't want to move. He definitely does not look good, though. But then it's like, innocent until proven guilty. What if he's innocent? Oh, gosh. So this is a link from Pam. Stephen Smith murder crime scene reconstructionist says there are 4 or 5 things that may have happened to teen. Dr. Kenny Kinsey, who was hired as a forensic crime scene analysis expert to look into the death of 19-year-old Stephen Smith, says he believes there are 4 or 5 things that could have happened to the teen. There's about 4 or 5 possibilities. Number 1 is that Mr. Smith was killed elsewhere and dropped in the road. Kinsey said other options include that he was killed at the location where he was found. He could have been struck by a vehicle of someone who knew they struck him. He could have been struck by a vehicle where the driver did not know. Something could have been put out the window and struck him, or there could have been something hanging off a truck and struck him. So those were the 4 out of the 5 things. Last Saturday, a second autopsy on Smith was performed in Florida and witnessed by experts with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division was declared a success. For such a somber duty, it was a success, and they collected what they needed to collect, says Kinsey. They were able to examine everything they needed to examine. For his part, Kinsey says he is reworking the forensic part just like it's a brand new scene and following up on any kind of leads, and if they're verifiable, then I'm passing them on to the lawyers for Smith's mother, Sandy, and certainly SLED. He has been to the location where Smith's car was discovered, as well as the spot where the teen was found dead. I basically reconstructed it with notes and sketches and photographs and measurements and verified everything. Located the exact location where Mr. Smith came to rest. He says, I went to the vehicle. I traveled every possible path from A to B through the woods, walking on the highway, walking on the shoulder of the road, driving on the highway. Kinsey, who was hired by Sandy's legal team, says he is working alongside an anthropologist and pathologist to find answers about what happened that night. Hopefully, we can fill in a lot of the blanks that were left that night, he says. Kinsey says he hopes that publicity surrounding the case will get someone to come forward, especially with the $35,000 reward also. This isn't going to be a blood splatter case, he says. This isn't going to be a footwear case after 8 years. This is going to be somebody telling. It might be the smallest information, something to get somebody talking or to refute or verify something somebody said, and that's what this investigation needs. There's someone here that knows something, no matter how small or how large, he adds. Miss Smith just wants answers. She wants answers before justice. The justice part will come, but she wants answers. And hopefully someone will see what we're doing, and something's been on their chest for 8 years now. Hopefully, they'll come forward and just share it with someone. Smith was exhumed Friday morning for the second autopsy. The vault was then transferred into a van, and then he was escorted all the way to Florida where the autopsy was performed, says Bland. Bland says Stephen was re-interned in a new coffin on Sunday afternoon. Interesting. A new coffin. After Stephen was laid to rest for a second time, Sandy Smith shared a photo to the Justice for Stephen N. Smith family page on Facebook on Sunday. My baby is back in his final resting place. Thank you again to all of you who helped make this possible, the post said from Sandy. On Monday morning, Sandy Smith announced through the family's attorneys that she is allocating a $35,000 reward from monies raised from a GoFundMe for information leading to an arrest in connection with Stephen's death. And I want to say to any of you that did donate to either of the GoFundMes, whether it was Suzanne Andrews' GoFundMe or the GoFundMe that was set up for the exhumation and the autopsy, thank you, and I appreciate you. And thank you for that article. Well, that's nice. He was buried with a new casket again. It doesn't. And that's what's crazy to me, Justice, is that ever since the attorneys started taking this case, I've specifically heard Eric Bland say a few times that he believes it was a hit and run. And I'm just sitting there going, dude, I've studied this case so much. Like, how do you even... I don't know. I just don't understand. My daughter is blind and I have typos all the time. Jinx, exactly. Sometimes it's really bad. Jinx is the shit. Jinx is the shit. They probably damaged his... Yeah. But it's cool that they got, he got a new one. Because, some families might not be able to afford one and they might have to put them down in the original casket, So I'm just glad that she was able to get another one and had the funds to be able to do so. Because a lot of people might not. I do have the pictures. We're going to get into, not necessarily tonight. Tonight we're going to be kind of chilling back, checking out the new updates and everything. The next episode that I'm going to be doing on Stephen Smith in a couple days, it's going to be all about the evidence. It's going to be nothing but the evidence. We're going to be going through all of the evidence. It's going to be a graphic warning kind of evening. I'm just going to be upfront with you. But it's going to be going through the evidence. It's going to be going through... we're going to be going through... I'm going to be going through on my own. I'm going to be going through some of the inconsistencies when it comes to the full report. Some things that don't make sense, some inconsistencies when it comes to the evidence, and basically just the evidence itself. We're going to be going into that. So that'll be in a couple nights. But tonight we're just going to be focusing on the second autopsy, the updates from the attorneys, the family, and, just kind of seeing what the thoughts and opinions are. But yeah, in a couple nights, it'll just be all evidence. We're going to be going over that. So if you do have some information or you have any thoughts, because it will be an open panel evening for the evidence episode. So if you do have anything you'd like to bring to the show, you're more than welcome to. Go ahead and get it prepared and ready. And then when I put the notification out for it in a couple nights. Hop in if you're able to. Yeah, the shoes are very interesting when it comes to the shoes. Um, yeah. So what's really going to be interesting tonight is we're probably going to be actually seeing some of Kenneth Kinsey's opinions on some things, and it might give you an idea of kind of if you already know about the shoes and you're informed about that part of the case, then it probably you'll probably find it interesting, because like he said on this article that we just read up here, he pretty much walked it, drove it, went from A to B, B to A. You know what I'm saying? He pretty much did explored every kind of possibility, so he's gonna know when it comes to the stuff with the shoes. He's gonna know, um, what makes sense and doesn't. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this here. I'll show you because this is the path I think he took. Let me show you real quick. If he was walking through the woods, okay. If he was walking through the woods, okay. So if his vehicle was found right here, okay, in that little cement section there, and he was walking, okay. Now, uh, there we go. Now, if he was familiar with walking this area, which according to Sandy, he was familiar with walking this area, the woods, the cornfields, and such. This is what I kind of came across. What's up, Punksy? Thanks for hopping in. Um, I would see him walking. So if his car's here, I would see him walking down this road. This is if he did walk. Walking down this road, cutting here, coming up through here, all right? And then coming over this cornfield. And then you hit this path, which is probably well known. This path comes along the outside of this property. And it continues to keep going until it reaches this road right here. And it makes you wonder if he was being chased through the woods like he has been in the past. Ended up, and then that's where. Why is it put the dot right there? It was actually. Let me see. Let me get this. I need to move this. It was actually right there. Well, it won't let me put it on the road. Oh, come on. Oh, well. But yeah. Steve who? Punksy, what's up? How's your evening, Punksy? Correct. His shoes wouldn't be on. No, they wouldn't. And I'm not going to show the pictures tonight. You can go back on the evidence episode if you want to see them. We'll be showing them on the next one. But when you look at the shoes and the way that he was laying, you could tell how loose they were on his feet just from how he was laying there and the position of the shoes. And you're going to have a lot more injuries if you're hit by a vehicle. Blunt force trauma in a lot of different spots. Ooh, nice. If you have any paranormal, send it to Punksy. Pretty mellow. Oh, wow. All right. So let me go to this other article real quick before we check out some videos here. State investigators release new details on Stephen Smith homicide case. Texas Roadhouse. That sounds so good. Damn you, coupon. Or you ad. Columbia, South Carolina. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division released new details Wednesday afternoon after attorneys for the family of a man killed in Hampton County said the case was now being considered a homicide. The body of Stephen Smith was found on Sandy Run Road in Hampton County on July 8, 2015. The Hampton County Sheriff's Office requested that SLED investigate the death. SLED crime scene agents responded and processed the crime scene with the primary mission of providing quality manpower and technical assistance to law enforcement agencies in conducting investigations. SLED's crime scene unit routinely responds to requests for assistance from local law enforcement and fellow state agencies to process crime scenes across South Carolina. The involvement of SLED's crime scene unit at a scene does not automatically indicate a SLED investigation, however. June 23rd, 2021, SLED opened an investigation into Smith's death after SLED agents received information about his death and subsequently reviewed the SCHP investigative file. From SCHP case notes, it was apparent that the SCHP did not believe Mr. Smith's death was a hit and run by a motor vehicle. Wunderlich said SLED's investigation into Smith's death was never closed. It remains a homicide investigation, she said, adding that progress has been made and SLED's investigation is active and ongoing. Since the beginning of SLED's investigation, the goal has been to find out how Mr. Smith died and find the persons responsible for his death. To that end, SLED Chief Mark Keel has assigned additional SLED Low Country regional agents to work this case in the hopes that those who may know what happened to Mr. Smith are more willing to speak freely now than they may have been in 2015 or 2021. And basically saying that they reopened the case shortly after the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh based on information discovered during the initial investigation. What's up, Grizz? How you doing tonight, buddy? Oh, that would be weird. Oh, damn. Phones crashed. Just had Texas Roadhouse last weekend. Sounds good. What's up, man? Oh, that's cool. Oh, snap. All right, so we're going to check out some videos now. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Let me check the breaking real quick. We'll see if we got anything new, but I doubt it. Let's see here. I'm not really seeing anything. All right, let me go to the folder here. I got a bunch of stuff ready. I love paranormal. I love all that stuff. Need to do a show on that stuff. Not like the Bigfoot and the... I really want to do the moon landing one. Is it fake or real? All right, let's see here. Got a lot of stuff actually. So it might be a late show. Well, kind of not late because I start early now, but I'll probably be going on. I'll probably be a 4.5 hour episode tonight. All right, so let me see here. New photos. We already checked those out. We'll be checking all that out in the evidence episode coming in a couple days. Let's see here. So we're gonna start off with something from a couple days ago here. So this is the forensic expert. Well, first let me go to the attorney's statement and make sure that I play that first. Then we'll go into the Kenneth Kinsey stuff. It can be interesting stuff though from both of them, the doctor and Kinsey, Dr. Dupree.
As everyone knows now, Stephen has been exhumed from his grave. This is a trying time for the Smith family, this weekend in particular. Stephen's remains were disturbed. He was, in theory, in peace in his grave. And now that he's been exhumed and he's going to have his autopsy be done, this is very trying for Sandy Smith at this time. And I would ask that all the media be respectful.
He had a partially dislocated shoulder, 7.25-inch gash on the side of his head, an injury to his eye, road rash on one arm, and that was all the injuries that was reported. There were no signs of a hit and run at that location. There were no signs of a hit and run. Now, I can't say that it was. I would say so. This is where the body was located. Okay. When you go through the full report, they sent out Ellie multiple times, a couple times before the pathologist was ruling it a hit and run. Once the pathologist started ruling it a hit and run, they were sending Ellie out there like crazy, looking everywhere. So to say that it was just this location, I would imagine if they were getting sent back that many times, they had to have walked up and down that road plenty. So I don't know though. At the same time, it was shoddy from the beginning, but then at the same time, the people that were walking up and down that road were the ones that were trying to let it be known that it was not a hit and run. So you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt in some aspects of it, just because you don't know who the mole or you don't know who was playing on the other side of the fence with the good old boys. You don't know. But when it came to these LE officers that were coming out here actually investigating this, none of them felt that it was a hit and run, and there were multiple LE that had issues with the pathologist ruling it a hit and run. So it's very interesting. The last episode that we did, you'll have to check it out. There's a lot of good interviews. There's a FBI letter that the mom sent the FBI a letter, and then there's some other interviews and stuff with some of the LE, and the mom has interviews on there as well. So it's very telling. It's a very telling episode. Oh yeah, that was funny. You guys chat fast as hell. Damn, I'm way back in chat. Paranormal. I would not even the paranormal. Like I'll save that for Punksy. I'm talking like the moon landing and Bigfoot. Jinx says Bigfoot exists. Yeah, defensive wounds. And I found this out that it's not in the report, but the driver's door handle was missing. But it's not in the report. And then if you go to page 98, Officer Singleton states that he noticed the male that was laying there wearing a white polo shirt, not a black t-shirt. Oh yeah, it's the mom's FBI letter. I mean, every episode on there, except, I'm taking my time with this one, but all the episodes are pretty much jam-packed there. Bigfoot lives in Kentucky at the lake. I thought they lived in Canada. All right, let me go back to this video from the attorney here.
This autopsy be done. This is very trying for Sandy Smith at this time. And I would ask that all the media be respectful.
Do it, Grizz.
That we would have a little bit of a respite from the media questions or the media requests for interviews.
Let's do it.
Not only of Sandy Smith, but also of the legal team. It is our intention that we will not participate in any media regarding the Stephen Smith case until Stephen is returned to his grave and he can rest in peace. I ask you to respect that. But this time is a very solemn time, as you can imagine, for Sandy. It's so bittersweet. Stephen, for many, many years, I can only imagine, was not so much at peace in his grave. He probably was pounding on his coffin, saying to anybody who could hear, I was not hit by a car, but I was intentionally killed. And now we've told him we hear his voice. And it's our intention to return Stephen to his grave when the autopsy is concluded. And at that time, the investigation will unfold. We're confident that SLED has made a commitment to use its full force and authority to try to find justice for Stephen and find out who killed him. Thank you very much.
Well, a big step forward for an unsolved murder or homicide, in the Low Country.
And this is a case that's gaining a lot of attention in South Carolina and beyond. An attorney for the family of Stephen Smith confirms his body was exhumed and re-examined over the weekend. Smith was found dead on a road in Hampton County in 2015. Initially, his death was ruled a hit and run. But troopers who responded to the scene disagreed with that finding. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division opened the case in June of 2021 while investigating the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh. Recently, SLED ruled Smith's death was actually a homicide. No charges have been or arrests have been made, but attorneys for the Smith family hope this is a step forward and towards bringing him justice.
Stephen, for many, many years, I can only imagine, was not so much at peace in his grave. He probably was pounding on his coffin, saying to anybody who could hear, I was not hit by a car, but I was intentionally killed. And now we've told him we hear his voice.
We do know the Murdaugh family name came up several times in investigative files. Buster Murdaugh, the surviving son of Alec Murdaugh, adamantly denies having anything to do with Stephen's death. And just last week, a recording revealed two potential persons of interest who are not members of the Murdaugh family. And new today, the Smith family is putting up a $35,000 reward in the hopes that someone comes forward with information about Stephen's death.
Yeah, Fox Carolina's Grace Runkle joins us now, and how to submit a tip. Grace.
Well, that's right. The Smith family is really calling on the public for help. And you might remember we told you about a GoFundMe they started for an independent investigation into Stephen Smith's death. Well, it's so far raised more than $120,000. So the Smith family is offering up some of that money as a reward. The Bland Richter firm announced the award today. It's $35,000. We spoke with attorney Eric Bland about 2 weeks ago, and at that time, he told us the state law enforcement division thinks there are a handful of people who know what happened the day Stephen died in 2015. Bland's law firm says they know it can be hard for people to come forward with information, so they're hoping that this reward is a way to support the community. So if you know something, here's how you can help. You can call SLED at 803-737-9000. We've got that number up on the screen for you right now. You can also email SLED at tips@sled.gov. Your tip must lead to an arrest in order for you to get that reward money, though. And we have both that phone number and that email for you. And we have both that phone number and that SLED.
$35,000 is a decent amount of money too, so that's awesome. Thank you, Karen Hunt. Appreciate your sub. Yeah, I haven't been getting notifications, Punksy. I haven't been getting notifications for a lot of people. Even CDT, I didn't even know that she did a stream. I don't know what's going on. I haven't been getting notifications, though. I didn't even get one for Ruckus. Luckily, I was doing some prep and saw he was live, and I was like, hell yeah, I finally get to hop in one. Yeah, thank you, Karen. Yeah, it's a good chunk of change, especially now that Alec is, behind the bars. Not that all the Murdaugh influence is gone, because it still is there a little bit, but it had a couple notches knocked off, so you already are going to feel a little more comfortable saying something if you do have information. And now that $35,000, that's and I just want to say thank you to everybody that has donated from here to that GoFundMe, because part of your help has contributed to this reward. So appreciate you. CJ, like your channel stuff. Yeah, StreamYard's been buggy, especially tonight. So sorry if everything's kind of weird tonight. What's up, Cherry? I need to schedule some lives in the next week. My notifications seem to be... Yeah, that same here. That's why I try and get on the same time every night, That way, even if there isn't a notification, you could still be like, you know what, I bet he's on. Except Wednesdays and Saturdays, but usually I'm hopping on Saturday nights anyway. I miss you guys, even though I'm supposed to have my night off on Saturday. But Grizz, hit me up, man. Let's let me know when you want to do that, man. It'll just be you and me if you want. Fill me in, hook me up with your knowledge. I'd definitely love to have a show, you and me, if you want, man. I think that'd be cool. I want to hear your rabbit hole. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. YouTube's been weird lately, so I don't know. And Jinx, I mean, the last 2 shows I've had you on, great times. Appreciate it. And I love your information too, especially when it comes to Florida. You filled me in a little bit on your Delphi, but that Flora case, thank you so much for taking your time out of those 2 shows in your evenings to fill me in on all that stuff so far. Thank you. I really appreciate your help. It's like I said, those are like real life documentaries, and I love documentaries, and I'm all about the real life documentaries. So Grizz, hit me up, buddy. We'll definitely do a show. And I can't wait to do another episode with Cold Truth too. That was a great time as well. Whoever, like even Suzanne, like all you guys are so awesome. I appreciate you guys. I'm really passionate about throwing. No, thank you, Jinx, because I know that it's not like you're chilling on the couch, hanging out, all comfy and shit. It takes, you have to be in certain area or whatever to be able to be on the show and all that other stuff. So I thank you for sacrificing and taking all that time out of your evenings just to be able to fill me in. You did it for me, so I appreciate you. I love docs. Yeah, I got a documentary that we're gonna try sometime and see what happens, because I want to have a movie night where we all just chill back and watch stuff together. So I got a couple things I got put set aside, so that way sometime during this holiday weekend I'm gonna be getting on to stream to watch some documentaries, and if you want to hop on and hang out, you're more than welcome. One of them's gonna be Cocaine, a Bear, and a Crooked Kentucky Cop. And the documentary's called Blow. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, I appreciate that. And that case definitely needs to be out there more too. That's some crazy stuff. I can't believe I can't believe all the crazy. I mean, it's just like this Stephen Smith case that we're doing tonight. It's just as crazy. The corruption, the cover up. It's the smoke screens to dilute the truth from being seen. They're gonna throw up a bunch of fog in front of you so you can kind of see it, but you kind of can't. It's the same kind of shit. Yeah, let's do it. I'm telling you. You could fill us in on the 411 on the KY and the Bear. Oh yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I was thinking about doing it tomorrow during the daytime, but if there's a cop chase or something going on, then I might go live for the cop chase. I thought about it. I was like, man, I got tomorrow off. I was like, I'm gonna test out some movie stuff, or if there's a cop chase, I'm going live. I'm gonna do a cop chase. Say bear, kind of like beer. A beer, a bear. You guys are crazy. All right, so there's those 2 videos. Now the next one we're going to go to is we're going to be checking out Dr. Kenneth Kinsey. And he's excited for the report for the new autopsy. Like I said, they said out of a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 10. So I'm excited, and I'm hoping that justice is going to happen in this case.
He's a forensic crime scene analyst who has worked over 850 death cases. His testimony helped convict Alex Murdaugh, and he has since been retained to lead a new investigation into the death of Stephen Smith. Dr. Kinsey, thank you so much for being here. First question, it's the most important one. Do we have any results of what the medical examiner found this weekend?
Actually, we have preliminary results, but I'm going to let Mr. Bland put those out public. I have no report yet or no final report.
Is it at least helpful in terms of suggesting this was not a hit and run and in fact was a murder? Maybe there was actually a murder weapon?
Well, I think everything is still on the table, and
Right.
as I've explained
4
to
out of
several
5.
other folks today, it can still be a hit and run and be wrong, be criminally wrong. And I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying I'm trying to leave all my options open because I have to have an open mind with the part and the task that I have. But if someone
Great
took this young
answer.
man's life and knew about it and left the scene, it's just as criminal as if they would have beaten him somewhere with an object.
Great answer.
Sure. Dr. Kinsey, I know that there was
Great
some
answer.
discussion in the funeral home among some of the highway patrollers that it looked as though someone had taken a baseball bat to Stephen. Did the medical examiner this weekend determine something different than the medical examiner determined 8 years ago?
I wasn't given any difference in the blunt force trauma that Mr. Smith suffered. As I said, my job, I've been in Hampton almost all day on Saturday, and my job was to re-verify or rework every aspect of that, of those two scenes rather. And it kept me pretty tied up. I had access to the information from the autopsy, but as I told Mr. Bland and Mr. Richter, the pathologist they have is very capable and documents very well. So I'll work off of whatever that pathologist collected at the autopsy. But my part was to verify.
I was going to say,
Ms. Ashley.
were there any surprises, Dr. Kinsey? Were there any surprises by that pathologist?
As far as I know, no, ma'am. But like I said, the final report isn't here yet, and I'm expecting that final report would tell us a little bit more. I do know it was a success. They said they did collect evidence. It was very good documentation, and everybody was upbeat about the information that was collected. And that's not always the situation when you exhume someone after so many years. But they said they had everything.
8 years. 8 years, Dr.
Everything
Kinsey. Will we be able to determine something positive and something that's actually productive after 8 years of decomposition?
Well, I don't want to take it the wrong way, but I'm very, very excited about the report coming, and the pathologists were very upbeat and said they had everything they needed to do a proper examination of Mr. Smith. So I didn't hear anything negative about that, and they were, saying that it was very good situation for the Smith family and for the investigation. So I've got my fingers crossed, and I'm looking forward to hopefully we can get the Smith family some answers.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's.
Well, thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to this Court TV episode. Let me see something here. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and play this because I don't want to miss anything that we haven't checked out the last couple of days. This might have some interesting news in here. We know about the $35,000 reward
of 19-year-olds.
But there might be, let me see here. Eric Bland, Independent. So he discusses the latest Independent. Okay, and then I think the next one has Kenneth Kinsey and Dr. Michelle Dupree on it. I can't wait for it either, Skittles. By the way, speaking of report, if you would like the full the full SLED report. I will drop the link in chat for you if you'd like to check it out. I also did a read through. If you want an audio version of the read through of the full report, then you can go back to my episode where I do the full read through. It's about 2 hours and some odd minutes if you'd like an audio version. All right, so we're going to check this video out. This has the attorney, and then the next episode has Kenneth Kinsey and Dr. Michelle Dupree, and I'm excited to hear what they have to say.
Stephen Smith was exhumed over the weekend for an independent autopsy. This is the second autopsy that's been done on him since his death back in 2015.
By doing that Freedom of Information Act, I have copies of like the whole investigation, the autopsy, and then I read it and it made no sense. And then I got the photos and I seen how badly he was beaten. That's not a car.
We want a do-over on Stephen Smith. We think that the investigation got it wrong, that it was not a highway fatality, that it was a homicide that was committed somewhere else. And that SLED should have been the one that initially investigated this fatality and not the highway department. And so it's our intention to petition through the coroner's office and ultimately the court to get the proper permission to exhume Stephen's body and have an expert who is familiar and has experience in exhuming bodies that have been in the ground for a long period of time and make a determination as to what caused that blunt force trauma.
We would look for all sorts of things actually on the body. For example, we would look for something we call road rash. If you're hit by a car and you're pushed along the pavement or even a dirt road or anything, we're going to have evidence of that.
And this is Dr. Michelle Dupree, just so everybody knows.
It's going to be bruises, abrasions, things like that. Bruises, abrasions, things like that.
Stephen has been exhumed from his grave. This is a trying time for the Smith family. This weekend in particular, Stephen's remains were disturbed. He was, in theory, in peace in his grave. And now that he's been exhumed and he's going to have his autopsy be done, this is very trying for Sandy Smith at this time.
Now, we learned last week from the attorneys representing the family of Stephen Smith that Dr.
I'm just going to let everybody know, like, if it comes to me, if I'm passed and you need to dig me back up to solve my murder, I'm going to be at peace coming back up for you to be able to solve my murder. So don't be worried about me.
Kenny Kinsey will be leading their private investigation into Stephen Smith's death that was originally considered to be a hit and run incident, as now it's being considered an intentional homicide. SLED reopening the case on the suspicious death back in 2021, stating they did so based on some details obtained while probing into the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdoch. Don't know what exactly those details are that they learned. They haven't told the public yet, but one day, surely we
My spirit would be jumping, like, come on, let's find this person.
will know. Let me bring in a very special guest. I want to welcome back onto the program one of those attorneys who's representing the Smith family, Eric Bland, joining us from South Carolina. Eric, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time. If you would please give us the very latest on where things stand today.
Good morning. As you aptly stated, that was a really good introduction. We've accomplished so much in 2 weeks, but what we really set out to do was get the exhumation approved by the government and get Stephen his second autopsy. Last week, it came together so quickly that when we went to the coroner, we got approval. When we went to the funeral homes, we got approval. When we had to go to the Department of Health and Environmental Control to get the final approval for exhumation, they gave it to us. And we were cooperating with SLED, which is the chief law enforcement agency in our state. And Chief Keel said, let's get it done Friday morning early. And the whole goal was for Sandy Smith to have a private moment with her son when his body was being exhumed and not have the media there. And somehow we were able to exhume his body, get it to Florida, have the autopsy be done, and then bring him back and reintern him. And it took a tremendous amount of manpower, and we were able to do it. And Sandy, part of what she has fought for, she now has realized.
And I just want to let everybody know, the only one that was allowed to do the filming, if you guys, in the beginning couple parts of the playlist that I have for Stephen Smith, the mysterious death and cover-up, the first few episodes, we checked out Eric Allen's channel a lot when we were starting to discuss this, because I felt that he had the best information when it came to just the presentation and all the materials available to start to understand this case and everything that was involved in it. And Eric Allen has actually been down there with the family, and so he was allowed to do all the filming and stuff. So I'm pretty sure that Eric Allen was the only one that was allowed to do any kind of filming, and I think this is part of Eric Allen's production. So I just want to say thank you to Eric Allen as well for all your information, your hard work, and your effort put together some of the videos that we checked out in the first few episodes that we did.
Isn't that the truth? Eric, I want to draw your attention to a picture that Sandy Smith shared with us. And while it breaks your heart, there's a look of peace almost, or something. When you look at her face, she's at her son's gravesite there, as you can see. And this is at the point where Stephen was returned to his final resting place. Would you talk to us about what was going on with her at that moment in time that this picture captures?
You could imagine this is a woman that fought alone without any money for 8 years. Anybody who would put a microphone in front of her, she would speak to and tell the story of what had to be done to determine the true death of Stephen. And I think that picture you see right there is the culmination of not only SLED saying that they're going to devote the resources to investigating Stephen's death, but Chief Keel telling me that it's the state's position now that Stephen died of a homicide. And then her dream of, no, she didn't want to disinter her son just to do it, but to get him peace, to get his body exhumed, and then an autopsy be done firm. That there was no way he was hit with an automobile, and then put him back in the ground so he can go back to rest.
Hold on.
It's an amazing.
Hold on. A couple days ago, he was saying that he agrees with it being a hit and run. That's when I was like, are you serious? So this was from a few days ago, but last Friday, I believe, is when, or Friday or Saturday, I believe he was stating it was a hit and run. Huh.
Amazing culmination of events for her in 2 weeks, and that's what she fought so hard for.
Isn't that the truth there?
Hold on, let me hear that again. Because I remember, like, dude, like, I even know the possibility of that is so damn small. Huh.
But Chief Keel telling me that it's the state's position now that Stephen died of a homicide. And then her dream of, no, she didn't want to disinter her son just to do it,
But he said that when he reopened. What?
To get him peace, to get his body exhumed, and then an autopsy be done to confirm that there was no way he was hit with an automobile. And then
I gotta listen to that again.
Not only SLED saying that they're going to devote the resources to investigating Stephen's death, but Chief Keel telling me that it's the state's position now that Stephen died of a homicide. and then her dream
Right. They said that before you even said that it was a hit and run.
of, no, she didn't want to disinter her son just to do it, but to get him peace, to get his body exhumed, and then an autopsy be done to confirm that there was no way he was hit with an automobile.
I feel like I need to go back to my I feel like I need to go back to my episode here. I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna go back to my folder and I'm gonna yeah.
And then put him back in the ground so
Something
he
don't
can
make
go
sense.
back to rest. I mean, it's an amazing culmination of events for her in 2 weeks, and that's what she fought so hard for.
I mean, I'm happy that it's happening. I don't think it was ever a freaking hit and run, so I'm glad that dude's on board, right? I'm glad dude's on board. You know what? Screw it. It's something he said a week ago that he was agreeing. Screw it. It's the right decision now, so who cares about the past?
Isn't that the truth, Eric? She's been a tremendous advocate for her son for all those years, as you noted, and now, thankfully, she has professional advocates. You.
Well, one thing I didn't like, because I'm on Twitter, right? And I don't know. It's kind of odd, SRB, really. It kind of is. But I was on Twitter this weekend, and I follow him on Twitter, and he put out a post about Stephen Smith, but he spelled it with a V. And somebody was like, "Hey, I just want to let you know that you misspelled it. If you want to correct it or whatever." And it was like, the response was, "Well, it's speech to text, so it is what it is." It's like, whoa, you should at least give this gentleman a little more respect than that and spell his name correctly, but whatever. No, I don't mind. Even if you guys want to have to. I don't know. I don't understand. It is weird, isn't it, Skittles? Because I remember when we watched it, and I'm sitting there going, and I replayed it a few times, and I'm like, how do they come up with this conclusion that it was a freaking hit and run? I'm like, what is going on? Yeah, I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out, too. And I'm glad it helps. It is. That's why I appreciate everybody in the chat. You guys are so awesome, and you guys make it a comfy place for people to just plop down and hang out on the couch.
And your partner, Ronnie Richter, to help guide her through this. I want to ask you, please, about someone we noticed in the video. I have to credit my wonderful show line producer, Madison Allman, who has worked on Vinnie Politan's show previously. And she said, wait a second, I see someone I recognize in that video, Dr. Michelle Dupree. And there was that little clip of the doctor, as you know, Eric, in the introduction to this segment. What a...
Yeah, that too, SRB. Like, no, she wasn't murdered. I was like, whoa.
Please, Eric.
I don't know.
She's amazing.
Well,
we tapped her to lead our forensic team.
Well, and like he said, he's already admitted, like, in a couple weeks ago, he already admitted, he's like, hey, this is the first time that I've ever been involved with something like this, this and that. So he doesn't, in all fairness, because they are taking it, they are taking the case on out of their own kindness. So, at least he was up front and being honest about not being in this kind of situation before. What's up, Silky? What are you missing? Oh, nothing much. Just a couple words here and a couple words there that were different. That's all.
Tremendous person to be involved with this. Can you tell us what exactly her role is, please, Eric?
She's amazing. We tapped her to lead our forensic team to help us hire the best pathologists in this part of the country because you had to transport Stephen, and we didn't want it to be more than a day of transportation. And then she helped us get an anthropology and someone that can do the pathology from an anthropological standpoint because of how long Stephen was in there. So she led the team. She was with Stephen every second from the minute he was exhumed all the way to Florida, through the investigation and back. We also have Dr. Kenny Kinsey, who was one of the more popular witnesses at the Murdaugh trial, who is going to conduct investigation and provide support and information to SLED. SLED's the investigative agency. SLED's taken this over. But we've hired Dr. Kenny Kinsey to, provide a buffer for Sandy and a line of communication to SLED.
Oh, he's tremendous. That was a great move. As you know, Eric, you certainly don't need me to tell you that, but we were thrilled to hear it. And we're really great admirers of his work as we were watching him on the witness stand and listening to him. He is just tremendous and truly as nice as he is bright. So for reason too, because this is tough, as you know, Eric. You've represented many people, and situations are tough when you suffer a loss like this. It's a very upsetting process, and litigation, as you know, it's very unpleasant. And so it's great to have nice people like him and Dr. Dupree, who's been a frequent guest on Vinny's show, Closing Arguments. We were just talking about her earlier this week. Madison and I were having a conversation about having her weigh in on some cases. So this is great. Did she help you then select the medical examiner who did the second autopsy then, Eric?
Yes, she did. We locked in, and Dan Schultz out of Florida, Tampa, Florida, did the second autopsy along with Heather Haney, who was the anthropologist. Dr. Dupree was present. She gave her hand. SLED sent people to Florida, both for protection and for the clarity of what was going on and securing evidence for the investigation. Again, it was a total team effort, but Dr. Dupree led the scientific end of it, and then my partner Ronnie Richter and I did the logistical end of it, getting the permits, interfacing with SLED, getting unmarked cars there with officers to protect so that media couldn't infringe on Sandy's private moment.
You did this so swiftly, which is wonderful for Sandy Smith. She is in excellent hands. And I want to talk to you more after this break, please, Eric, about kind of a behind the scenes look at the team you've assembled, how often you're meeting and talking and assessing everything that needs to be done in this case. And also want to mention, as we head to break, we want to talk about that new reward that's now being offered for information leading to an arrest in the death of Stephen Smith, $35,000. This information put out, of course, by our guest, Eric Bland's firm. And we're going to talk more about that as well after this.
And since they're going to take a break, I'm going to take a break real quick, too, and I'm going to throw up this GoFundMe. If you would like to make a donation to the GoFundMe, there's probably plenty more costs coming. They do have investigators and all sorts of stuff going on. So if you'd be interested, there's the link for the GoFundMe. And I will share that tab. It's up to $125 right now. So that is the link to the GoFundMe. I also wanted to share the petition for Standing for Stephen that Suzanne Andrews put together. Oh, shoot, I got to cut out the first part of it so the whole link shows up. 1 second. My bad. I always forget that. So there we go. And let's see how many signatures we got. We got 3,422. Need 5,000. You don't have to donate. It might ask you for it when it pops up, but they really need your signature whether you're in South Carolina or not. But if you are in South Carolina, contact your local senator. It did pass. Suzanne Andrews told me it did pass the Senate subcommittee, so fingers crossed. And hopefully when we have her back on the show next soon, it will be with the extra good news. if you know what I'm saying. So let's keep our fingers crossed for that as well. I just wanted to take a break. Since they're taking a break, share that information. Thank you, Suzanne Andrews. Thank you for the family that set up the GoFundMe so that all this could take place. The exhumation, the autopsy, the experts. But I'm sure there's plenty more to go. So we'll get back to this and finish up this one. And then the next episode is going to be featuring Kenneth Kinsey and Dr. Michelle Dupree. So I'm excited. It seems like the right thing's happening.
It's a mystery that's captivated the nation.
This stretch is just so beyond what anyone could imagine.
And left a trail of dead bodies.
Lori Vallow Daybell.
I know. I didn't even realize until we covered it the other night on the open topics where we talked about. I thought it was just the two children, and then all of a sudden, that whole case I didn't even know. Crazy. We'll be covering that next week as well.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello, I just going down the Crocodile Road. I see somebody laying out.
And is it in the road or on the side of the road?
It's in the road.
In the road?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll get an officer headed out that way to see what's going on.
I ain't moving or nothing like that, but somebody going to hit him in his thought. Somebody going to hit him.
All right, we'll get an officer headed out that way.
Almost 8 years and still no answers as to how Stephen Smith was killed. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. So on Monday, there was an announcement in a statement released by the family that is representing Stephen Smith's mother. By the attorneys, the law firm representing Stephen Smith's mother, Sandy Smith. It reads in part, quote, Sandy Smith is allocating $35,000 from the monies raised on her behalf through a GoFundMe as a reward for information leading to the arrest of any responsible party in the death of Stephen Smith. More than $100,000 has been raised by the Smith family in a GoFundMe to put toward the exhumation and a private autopsy as they continue their search for justice and clarity into the death of the 19-year-old. And I have a member of that law firm on the show with me this morning, attorney Eric Bland from the Bland Richter Law Firm, our special guest today. Eric, always great to see you. And
good to see you, Julie.
With this reward, thank you kindly. Tell me, is this giving Sandy Smith a little more hope now that there's a little bit of money behind this? And of course, there can be anonymity too, right? That's important to mention too, isn't it?
Exactly, Julie. We could not be where we are but for the generosity of all these people who donated, whether it was $1, some $500. We even got $1,000 gift to the GoFundMe. We wouldn't have been able to do the exhumation. We wouldn't have been able to do the second autopsy and all the transportation costs, as you can imagine. We wouldn't have been able to employ Dr. Dupree and Dr. Kinsey. So we think the answer to what happened to Stephen is going to come from somebody coming forward. There's been a real stranglehold in that area of our state by the Murdaughs for many, many years, Julie. And we think, and so does Chief Keel from SLED, that with the conviction of Alex Murdaugh, more people will come forward because they know that the Murdaugh name and their cachet isn't what it was at one time, that they don't have the power that they do. And we think whether you know what happened or there's a fact that you know that somebody said years later in a party about, somebody hitting somebody or anything having to do directly or indirectly with Stephen Smith, we think this reward will incentivize that. And it's the right thing to do for the use of these funds.
Is that the truth?
And it has the support of Chief Keel. He is very, very supportive of putting a reward.
Wonderful. Chief Mark Keel, of course, the chief of SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Yes, Eric, you're right. The tide has really turned for the Murdaughs, especially after the criminal conviction with Alex Murdaugh, that the country and really we have viewers all around the world who are watching that closely. And of course, became more and more interested in Stephen Smith's case. It kept coming up. His name kept being mentioned. I want to play a little clip we have of Stephen Smith's mother, and she's making reference to how there was something that happened during the Murdaugh investigation that led SLED to reopen the case.
Why did they reopen the investigation?
It was something they found while they were investigating Paul and Maggie's death, was all I was told.
Okay.
But what it is, I do not know.
Do you have any suspicions or ideas or what you think it may be?
At first, I thought maybe it was something on his phone, Paul's phone. And then rumor was going out, they found something on his computer, and then they found a baseball bat. But I have no clue what it is, but I know I'm going to know soon.
We all will. And Eric, we know SLED has been very tight-lipped about this, but arguably you and your partner are people closest to this investigation, in addition to Sandy Smith. Any clues that you might have picked up on as to what it could potentially be?
No, I mean, Chief Keel did not share that kind of information with us because it could alert somebody who is a potential target to dispose of any.
Yeah, if you go to page 28 of the full report, you will see that a gentleman, Daryl Williams, had contacted Ellie, stating that his stepson Patrick and his friend Sean, he stated that his stepson Patrick came to him in confidence, telling him that Sean had called him and said that he was the one that hit Stephen Smith. And after he told this to his stepdad, Daryl, he walked outside the door and puked. And then at the end of that statement, Daryl stated, "The only reason that I came to you was because Randy Murdaugh had told me to call you." So then after that report, LE tried to contact Daryl and also tried to contact Patrick. And Patrick, Daryl stated that Patrick had moved out. He didn't know what Patrick's phone number was. He didn't know where Patrick was staying. The only thing he knew was that Patrick was going to a Christian school. So then LE traveled to that location, went to one Christian school, found out that he was not enrolled in that school, went to the next Christian school, found out he was enrolled at that school, but he wasn't at school that particular day that Ellie showed up. Ellie continued to try and reach out to Daryl, and they didn't get any response back. So those are the two people. When you read through the full report, and I understand why they're going with those two people as the initial suspects, because when you read through that whole report, there is nothing that, other than that part, there is nothing in that full report that has any other, that's the best evidence they have right now, until that's why they're saying they need somebody to speak up, because the fact that the gentleman states that Randy Murdaugh told him to call smells of corruption. But at the same time, when you're looking at this case, you can't put personal feelings or assumptions towards that. So I assume that's why they're going with that. Yeah, they found a baseball bat. Yep, and he spewed. Yeah, Daryl Williams is the one that, it's page 28 of the report, and it's the only page that states anything about that. Yeah, I think they think that too, and that's why they are, having that $35,000 reward, because they really want somebody to speak up. They know somebody knows something. It's such a small community. The streets talk, and so they're hoping the streets will talk, because the streets will talk amongst themselves, but it's the streets that talk to LE. That's when it happens. So they're hoping. I'm hoping.
Evidence that may exist. Do I think that there's a baseball bat out there? I don't know.
Who knows?
I definitely know that he wasn't hit by a car. And I definitely am confident that SLED believes that there's an individual out there.
Thank you, Eric Bland, for stating that, because you had me worried a week ago.
That may exist. Do I think that there's a baseball bat out there? I don't know. I definitely know that he wasn't hit by a car. And I definitely am confident that SLED believes that there's an individual out there that has information. And people have been named persons of interest over the weekend, which I think is wrong. You should never out a name because it could prevent others from coming forward. So we have trust and confidence in Chief Keel after how he investigated the Alex Murdaugh matter from the SLED standpoint. And I have confidence that he's going to put the full bore manpower that is at his disposal into Stephen Smith. So I don't know what the piece of evidence is. I will tell you one thing. SLED is very tight-lipped, as you said, because there's been a lot of chatter about a rape kit having been done, and they can't find it. The only thing I'm going to say, and I won't talk about the evidence.
It has not been processed
anymore, is they do have the...
Kelly Green was the deputy coroner alongside Ernie Washington at the crime scene. Kelly Green. Look for that name in the report. I don't have my notes in front of me. I'll try and find them where Kelly Green is in the full report. But if you get to the part where Kelly Green, she was fired, she was also in charge of the cotton. There was 4 cotton swabs from the R kit. 4 cotton swabs. So I don't know what he's gonna say, but I already told you.
The only thing I'm going to say, and I won't talk about the evidence anymore, is they do have the rape kit. So whatever the public thinks that SLED has, or they don't have, they're not going to confirm it. I wanted to confirm that because
all you have to do is go to the full report.
Were slamming SLED for purportedly losing the rape kit, which they have not.
Well, that's wonderful that they still have it, and thank you for confirming that much for us, Eric. Tell me, how confident are Dr. Dupree?
Kelly Green was also in charge of the clothing.
Dr. Schultz and Dr. Haney in being able to examine the evidence and
the phone was booked separate.
Ascertain the information that's going to help solve this death so many years after his body has been buried.
I don't think, and I haven't heard but I don't think there's going to be a wow moment that comes out of the autopsy where they're going to be able to say, yep, it was caused by this one single thing. I think what they're doing is more of a differential diagnosis like doctors always do, and they're eliminating things. And so at the end, it's still going to have to be solved by law enforcement.
Okay. When your brain stem is separated and you have a gash on the side of your head, I think when it comes to this autopsy, and I'm not an expert, this is just speculation, you got to say that. I think the autopsy I kind of don't agree with what he's saying, because I think the autopsy, with what's left of, like they said, it was preserved well. Now, when it comes to the bones, how the bones were broke, how they were separated, how all that will tell you car or object. So I'm not an expert. I'm just CJ.
I think what they're doing is more of a differential diagnosis, like doctors always do, and they're eliminating things. And so at the end, it's still going to have to be solved by law enforcement. The autopsy itself is not going to solve the crime, but it was necessary to do. It was, I can tell you this, it was a complete autopsy. There was nothing that limited.
Well, this is the thing you have to keep in mind, though, Kel, when it comes to the evidence, and even what was left, right, of what they were, of the body. Okay, this investigation was corrupt from the get-go. So when it comes to the evidence that's left, you have to understand that also the right things that would eventually lead to a conviction could have also been misplaced. Perfect example is the phone. Sandy Smith was a secondary fingerprint when it came to being able to unlock Stephen Smith's iPhone. When the investigator went to go retrieve it, when he was going to meet with Sandy Smith to unlock the phone, the LE found out at that moment that there was no chain of custody for the phone. So he took the phone to the meeting with Sandy Smith. They sat down. She went to use her secondary fingerprint to unlock the phone, and the phone would not unlock. And the crazy thing is the phone, even though it was told to the family that it was going to be sent off to get unlocked, it wasn't even unlocked until 2 years later. In 2017. Good night, Punksy. So there's a lot of stuff that could have been, quote, removed, misplaced, yada yada. I'm just hoping that somebody comes out and speaks up, because that is what is ultimately going to be the ticket. And I have a feeling with this autopsy, it's going to be investigated. It's going to be, just like Kenneth Kinsey, they were showing with the Murdaugh trial, that of his expertise and his thoroughness. Then they're going to be able to exclude and include possibilities of how the injuries that they examined took place. At that point, that's when it's going to become clear exactly what probably took place. They just need the missing puzzle piece of somebody's testimony to find out exactly what took place and who did it.
The ability of those three doctors to do a head-to-toe autopsy. So that's a good thing. We were worried that there was going to be some compromise due to him being in the ground so long, but there was a full and robust autopsy that was done.
That's another very encouraging piece of news you're sharing with us, Eric. Thank you for that this morning as well. I know we'll have to let you go in just a couple of minutes, but why don't we...
And yeah, it should be, but at the same time, Butterfly, you gotta understand, this case was corrupt from the get-go. And you're right, Jinx. You're exactly right. If you listen to the interviews from the mom, she's shocked when he calls her. She is shocked. Hey, was that you that just passed by? Yeah. Oh, I wish you would have stopped. I could have met you in person. While him and Alec are chilling out at the crime scene. And this was on her way back from IDing the body with then alive Stephen's father. And Randy had contacted Stephen's father while they were sitting in the waiting area, waiting to ID the body. And they said, how did Randy get your number, Sandy? And she said, well, Joel gave it to him. Randy contacted Stephen's father while they were waiting to ID the body, and that's coming from Sandy Smith herself because she was sitting right next to him, waiting with him to ID the body. What are they doing chilling at the crime scene? Who knows? Why did Officer Singleton on page 98 of the report state that when he came up to the crime scene, he saw a white polo, not a black t-shirt? That's my biggest question. And why is the driver's door handle that was removed or not present, why was that not listed on the report? I don't know. Why is brainstem separation not listed?
And on this note, please, would you kind of give our viewers an inside look into what the team meetings look like, how you all are able to collaborate together, everyone from Dr. Kinsey to Dr. Dupree, you, your partner, Sandy Smith, how things are working with you all day by day?
It works very well. We exchanged texts in the morning and like yesterday.
Yeah, that's why they got Kenneth Kinsey. And there's not really splatter, according to Ellie that showed up at the scene. But that's why they got Kenneth Kinsey, Kelt. That's the expert that they have. And from what everybody says in chat, he's amazing. So fingers crossed.
Yesterday, everybody was on different television channels, and we kind of collaborate on what we should say and not say. Obviously, we do not want to give away anything that could prejudice the investigation, and so we're very careful about what we say. It's going to be an incremental investigation on our part, and again, we're not investigators, but we are going to kind of shadow sled, only to provide them with information, because through my podcast, I get a lot of tips. Through my law firm, we get tips. And so what I'm saying is it's going to be Dr. Kenny Kinsey investigating these tips that we're getting and determining, we need to turn these over to SLED, because we do get a lot of tips a day that, so to speak, are just worthless. Some are people that, want to inflame, and they say things that aren't true. And so Dr. Kenny Kinsey is going to filter through that, as a better eye for legitimate complaints than I do, of course.
Well, you all are tremendous advocates. You made the point, you said I'm not an investigator, but you are a great advocate, and that's really what Sandy Smith needs right now. Attorney Eric Bland, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Sure.
We'll see you very soon.
Well, I'm going to throw this link up, Kel. You're going to have to check out this episode. It is, let me see here. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember what episode, we went through all of those photos and stuff. It might be theories and... Hold on, let me check real quick. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I'm just checking. Okay, so it wasn't that one. I think it was Mom's letter. No, it's not that one. Sorry about this, guys. What episode was that? Ah. If you go to the Coroner Pathologist and SCHP episode, part 5, episode 132, I'll put the link in chat. That's the one that goes through the evidence and such a little bit. But I'm going to be having an episode coming up where it's just about the evidence and the discrepancies or the odd things in the report. And so when it comes to the evidence and the pictures, so and if you're on Twitter, follow me on Twitter and you'll see my retweets and you'll run into the source of the material. But we will be going through all of the evidence. I do have everything saved as separate, so I'll have my own slideshow for that episode. And we'll be going through nothing but the evidence. So definitely check that out coming up. It'll probably be Sunday. No, don't worry about it. All you have to do, Kelt, is just because there's a couple episodes. There's one episode where it's kind of got some stuff, and then there's another episode that shows exactly the full crime scene photo, not just partial. So all you have to do is look in the description and look for the graphic content, and then but definitely check out the coroner. That episode, the coroner, pathologist, and the South Carolina Highway Patrol episode, because that one has that'll get you caught up on how crazy this evidence is. Rub your pinky toe. That's interesting. Oh yeah, definitely go to check out my retweets, because I usually retweet information that I also use for the show. So yeah, it's just interesting. I'm wondering if that house was involved, that vacant property. I'm wondering if that house was involved in some way. I could see a scenario where he could be kind of incoherent. Because when you look at the crime scene photos, it just, I don't know. Somebody just dropping him off there does not make sense. It just does not make sense. But a hit and run doesn't make sense either. So it's just very interesting. It's very interesting. I mean, even Kevin Kraft, until he's seen the crime scene photos, he had a certain theory about what took place, and then he saw the crime scene photos, and then he was like, yeah, I can see how Ellie came up with it appearing to be a gunshot, because that's what I thought when I first saw it too, but it's not. So according to the previous autopsy, there was no GSR. So I don't know. It's just a lot of weird stuff. All right, so I'm going to go to this next episode. This episode's going to have Dr. Kenneth Kinsey and Dr. Michelle Dupree. And we're going to be having a little bit of a late show tonight, just a longer one, just because I don't have to work tomorrow. Be hanging out with you guys a little late.
But first, a huge update in the search for a killer in the Low Country of South Carolina. Stephen Smith was found dead in the middle of the road in 2015. No one has ever been held responsible. But now the investigation is heating up as Stephen's mom has hired a new team to look at the case. And the first item, a second autopsy. Stephen's body was exhumed, and tonight we will speak with Dr. Michelle Dupree, who was there when it all happened. Also with us, the star witness from the Alec Murdaugh trial, Dr. Kenny Kinsey, who is part of the team investigating Stephen's death. When will this case be solved?
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Great to have you with us. When I think of Sandy Smith, I try to think about what's going on through her mind, what she's been thinking about for all these years, looking for answers and trying to make some sense of what happened to her son, Steve. It's obvious it hurts her. It's troubling. There's now a huge void in her life. It's a situation, unfortunately, we've seen before on Court TV where a parent has to bury a child. But many times in the cases we cover on Court TV, there is a trial. So someone has been caught, someone is being held responsible, and you're getting some answers. And she's not there yet. She's not there yet. It's a case that some would argue went cold. But now things are starting to heat back up. And they're starting to heat up for a bunch of reasons. And at the top of that list right now is the A team that's working on all this. Eric Bland, Ronnie Richter, two attorneys that you've seen many times, many times on this show, are the attorneys that she's working with who are putting together a team, including investigators. And what this really does, and I've seen it many times, is put the pressure on. You need an advocate. As a victim, you can be your own advocate, but then you get some folks on your side, some folks who know their way around, some folks who know how to make some noise. Things get done. And here on the show, we've covered so many unsolved cases, and it's tragic, and it is frustrating. And some of those cases you look at and you're like, well, why? Why haven't they caught the killer? Why haven't they solved the case? Why haven't they gotten any answers here? And many times it's because things have gone cold and the pressure isn't on. The spotlight's not on. That's not the case here. Not after the Murdaugh trial and all that Alec Murdaugh brought to the Low Country, South Carolina. And this case was in the width of that whole mess that Alec Murdaugh made. And people started talking about it. And now work is getting done. Stephen Smith's body was exhumed over the weekend. And this is really a first step for taking another look, some fresh eyes, a fresh approach, and looking at it like, okay, well, what happened here? What does the evidence tell us happened? What do the forensics say? What can we take from the injuries and what happened to Stephen Smith? What story does that tell? And that's the first step. First, you've got to figure out what happened. Then you try to figure out who could be responsible. And then you try to answer why on earth would they take the life of this young man? So the body was exhumed, and the question is, what will they find? What will be the results of this? And Dr. Michelle Dupree, who was there, who's been on this show many times on this story and others, is part of the team and is overseeing the team that is doing this second autopsy and is beginning the process of trying to answer these questions. So with that, joining me from Columbia, South Carolina, former medical examiner, retired forensic pathologist, Dr. Michelle Dupree is with us. And also joining me from Cope, South Carolina, crime scene expert, key forensic witness in the Alec Murdaugh trial, and owner of Kenny Kinsey and Associates, LLC, Dr. Kenny Kinsey. And Dr. Kinsey, I understand you're on vacation joining us. Is that true?
Off and on, Vinny, just
Okay.
whenever I get a chance.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay. All right. Dr. Michelle Dupree, I want to begin with you. And first, walk us through the process of Stephen's body being exhumed and what was done and how this process unfolded.
Okay, sure. Well, first, permits were gotten, and then the team was organized. And basically, we exhumed the body from the burial site, which was in a vault, a concrete vault. We then removed that vault with a coffin in it to a secure location and took the casket out of the vault. We did not open the casket until we got to the location in Tampa where the autopsy was done. All of this was done under the police escort of SLED. They accompanied us all the way to Florida and back, and were in fact even in the autopsy suite with us, taking photographs and documenting everything. Once we got there, we were able to actually do a complete and thorough autopsy, or second autopsy, on Stephen, because really everybody sort of that has been involved in this has done a very professional job, and we were able to do again a complete and thorough second autopsy. Once that was completed, we then moved Stephen's body back in a casket back to South Carolina and reburied him on Sunday.
So were you surprised that after all these years you were able to do that full second autopsy?
Not really. I mean, so much depends on, a lot of factors. The condition of the body, obviously.
I think Dr. Dupree's signal is freezing up a little bit. Can you just repeat that, Dr. Dupree? Because we missed that because your signal froze there for just a moment.
Oh, boy.
And I think it's still freezing. Maybe we can get her on the phone. Maybe we can get her on the phone really quickly. That would be helpful because something's happening with the Skype signal. Dr. Kenny Kinsey also with us. So, Kenny, looking at this first step, this autopsy, the results there, what sort of questions does it raise? How will that information be used to try to piece together how he ended up on that road?
Vinny, as I've spoken with some of your cohorts, it's very, very important to my part of the investigation because it's what I use to confirm, either include or exclude certain factors. And I went back to the beginning when the autopsy was taking place. The pathologist, Dr. Dupree, the pathologist, the anthropologist, they're doing their thing. But I've got to go back and confirm, verify, and look at all the things that have remained constant and all the things that have changed. So I've been, going one direction, they're going the other direction. But now that they have those results together as a team, probably in a war room somewhere, and we will figure out the next steps.
Good night, Kitty.
So how much of this is driven by the information that you get from this second autopsy, in conjunction with, I guess, the first autopsy as well, taking a look at it? How much of that tells you a story about what happened to Stephen?
It tells much of the story, Vinny. It doesn't tell you the who, but it gives you characteristics of the wounds that you know a little bit better where to start looking. So it's very, very important, that information. And as I understand from Dr. Dupree, they were able to collect the evidence. They were able to do the examinations that they needed to do to do a complete second autopsy. And that's very, very
this situation.
And I believe we have Dr. Dupree back on the phone. So glad we're able to reconnect here. So Dr. Dupree, let's go through it from, not from all the way from the top, but from the fact of being able to do this second autopsy and get information on a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being like very, very illuminating, 0 being doesn't tell you anything. How much did this second autopsy tell you about what happened to Stephen Smith?
Actually, I think it was close to a 10.
Really?
Really.
So, and I do understand, and because we spoke with Ronnie Richter, that SLED is involved in all this, and you're not revealing results, et cetera, because people listening now will be like, Vinny, why don't you just ask her exactly what happened? Because I know that they're working with SLED, and SLED doesn't want that information
Good night, Skittles.
made public right now. So I do understand that. So we're going to talk more about the process and working this whole thing through. So were there any tests or things that you wanted to do that you weren't able to do?
No, actually, Vinny, we were able to do everything we needed to do. And again, it was almost as if we were doing the first autopsy. The only thing that we did not do was toxicology. And we have the results from the first autopsy on that, so they weren't needed. But we did everything else that you would expect in a regular autopsy. We were able to do.
So based upon what the work that you all did, and obviously SLED was there, the law enforcement division down in South Carolina. So how is this relationship going to continue from your perspective?
Well, I think it's working very well. Again, they have been wonderful in their support, and we are doing everything we can to support them. They are the lead on this. They are the investigative arm, and we're here to help and support them any way we can, and it's working very well.
So, Dr. Kenny Kinsey, let me ask you, from your perspective and your role working with this team that's been put together, this private team, right? But you're very familiar with the folks from SLED, obviously. So how is that relationship going to work from your perspective?
No, she's
Vinny,
cutting out.
it's a marvelous relationship. There are certain things that SLED can't tell me because of my capacity now, and I understand that. But we confer and we swap ideas, and it's a great relationship. Those men and women there, if they can pass it on, they will. But there is information that they don't need to tell us on our side that might jeopardize any prosecution of anything down the road. But we've got a wonderful relationship, and we know, everyone on this team knows that if we come across something that's going to aid SLED for any type of prosecution, we're going to relay that information to them immediately. So it's a great relationship, and I've had no issues whatsoever.
Dr. Dupree, let me ask you, what was their reaction when you were able to deliver the type of results that you are telling me tonight that you were able to deliver? What was the reaction of the folks over at SLED?
Appreciate you.
I think everybody was pretty much ecstatic. I mean, we did not know what to expect. Again, the body had been buried for almost 8 years, and you never know quite what to expect and how much, real information you're going to gather from that. And so we were very pleased, and I think they were as well.
So is there any more work that you're going to do from your end at this point, Dr. Dupree?
Well, I am, again, working with the whole team and sort of, as Eric says, quarterbacking the forensics part of this, including the autopsy, working with Kenny and others. So, yeah, we'll be involved until this is resolved.
So, Kenny Kinsey, let me ask you about the level of information you have and how much more you think you need to learn. How much of this is going to be further investigation versus evaluation of information that you already have?
Well, getting us off the ground is going to be that information we already have, Vinny. This isn't a blood spatter case. This isn't going to be solved on a footwear or a tire track. This is bringing up enough information, as mentioned,
to put the heat on someone out there. But to put the heat on them first, we got to have facts. We got to verify. You know, we trust, like Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. We've got to verify it. We're well on our way to doing that with the wonderful doctors and the rest of the team. And we're getting through this now. And hopefully it'll put enough pressure on someone to come forward. Somebody's got something eating them. And when they realize that this team has got accurate information, it's going to put heat on someone. So that's the whole purpose as far as I'm concerned, to be accurate and to put good information out there and try to get some answers for the Smith family.
So, Dr. Dupree, let me ask you again. I know you can't reveal specifics, but in terms of figuring out what happened to Stephen Smith, were you able to determine whether he was killed on that roadway? Were you able to tell how he was killed?
Those are all, very good questions, and those answers will be forthcoming. We're not going to talk about those tonight. We were able to, again, get the information that we needed, and really this is sort of now in the hands of the investigators. That's where a lot of this key information is going to lie. And as Kenny said, we're hoping that somebody who does know something, because somebody does, will come forward and sort of fill in a few of the missing pieces that we don't have.
I'm trying, Dr. Dupree. I was going to try, right?
Can't blame a guy for trying.
I'm working the edges a little bit. I'm working the edges. Just trying to get a little more. So I'm very optimistic here. So, Kenny, have you spent any time with Sandy Smith since the autopsy?
No, sir, I haven't. I look forward to those days when we can give her some results, but I haven't, Vinny.
Dr. Dupree, you were with her. We saw in the video at the site that you were there. How would you describe her reaction? And obviously, I would think the information you have, you're able to tell her, right? Are you able to reveal what you're telling SLED? Can you reveal it to Sandy?
That's really, not sort of what I'm supposed to do. If SLED is revealing anything to her, that's up to SLED.
Okay.
But I will tell you this. I do want to say this. I was pleased, and I admire Sandy. She was not sad at this cemetery when we disinterred his body. She was happy. She was really happy that this was being done, and that made my day.
Yeah. Well, and I'm so glad you all are part of this team, and I'm really glad that the folks have been hired, as sort of this private team working hand in hand with SLED, allowing them to take the lead, but supporting them gives me a lot of hope as well. And I know Sandy's filled with hope. All right, Dr. Kenny Kinsey, Dr. Michelle Dupree, staying with us. We're going to talk some more about this. I want to go through some of the information that came out from the original investigation, plus coming up next hour.
In Colorado Springs, Colorado, the evil stepmom murder trial. Letitia Stalk accused of the brutal murder of her stepson.
Live coverage continues Friday morning, only on TV.
Personal loan.
I can't deny. Holy crap, this is loud. Jeez.
So, Dr. Kinsey, now 8 years later, because the original autopsy concluded that this was likely caused by a hit and run, or was caused by a hit and run accident on the road because the body was found in the road, according to the medical examiner at the time, they're going to conduct a second autopsy. What factors are they going to be specifically looking into?
Hey, and Butterfly, if there's ever a night where I'm not streaming, or it's a time where I'm not streaming, just go back, start off with episode 1 of my playlist on Stephen Smith's mysterious death and cover-up. We're on part, what is this, part 12 now? So and pretty much every episode is pretty packed with information. I've really, 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 really dove into this case, and you know, I want to thank Suzanne Andrews, because she's the one that kind of, when I had her on, we had we did an episode in the very beginning of the whole Buster Stephen Smith connection, and then we ended up having Suzanne Andrews on after that episode. She checked it out and she was like, yeah, I want to be on the show. And so we had her on the show. It was a great interview. I appreciate her so much. She gave us so much information too. And then ever since then, it's just like, you know, I started to find out all the details on this case, and it was like, geez, this is not cool. This needs to be talked about. No, don't worry about that, Butterfly Kisses. It's no thing in this channel. I just don't display some of the comments just because that way you guys can have your own little private conversations too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's totally fly here. No problem.
They're going to look at factors other than what was obvious. They're going to read it, and maybe they'll look at it with another lens from a different direction. Let me look at it as this, and
if you want to spend about an hour and a half, Eric Allen has great videos on this. But when it comes to deep diving and going through everything, just skip the intro and general chat, all the episodes, and then it'll be like an hour and a half, 2 hours. But we really dig into it. So definitely check them out if you ever have time and you're bored.
if it was actual car versus pedestrian, let's work till we get to that answer instead of maybe starting with that answer.
Welcome back to Closing Arguments and our coverage of the investigation into the death of Stephen Smith. It happened back in 2015. His body is found in the middle of this country road, lightly traveled country road, by the way, and was killed at some point.
And I would never do that either, Butterfly. I'm not that kind of person, so.
If it was a hit and run, the person
you're good
who
here.
struck him committed a crime, has never been caught, never been arrested. If it was something else, that person clearly has not been caught either. So Eric Bland, Ronnie Richter, the attorneys on the show all the time, put together a team that include two of our guests who are on tonight who've been on the show before as well, Dr. Michelle Dupree and Dr. Kenny Kinsey. I want to put up on the screen something from the notes from the original investigation. And I found this really interesting. This is from one of the troopers' notes. I arrived at the scene at approximately 6:25 hours and observed a white male laying in the roadway on the center line with head trauma to the right side above his breast.
And right, this is page. Let me see, what page is this? This is early in the report. I'm going to throw the link to the report up there too. It's 110 pages, but if you want the audio version, I did an audio version of it.
Brow. I spoke with Hampton County Coroner Ernie Washington, who immediately advised me it was a homicide. He pointed out the wound to be a gunshot wound and showed me the entry point. Assistant Coroner Kelly Green then began to show me photographs they took, again pointing to the entry point to the head and also a defensive wound to the hand. Dr. Michelle Dupree is with us. She's joining us by phone. Dr. Dupree, how difficult at a scene is it? How difficult is it to tell the difference between a gunshot wound and something else? Because in this case, it seems it was something else.
Well, Vinny, it can actually be rather difficult. I've had EMS and even emergency room doctors mistake a wound for a gunshot wound when it was not. Remember, this is in the middle of the night. There are no street lights. This is very dark. It is a rather bloody scene. So it's not unusual to make a mistake like that. The autopsy, and that's why we do autopsies. to find out, what was the cause of death. And it was determined that there was no gunshot.
Dr. Kenny Kinsey, what are your thoughts about the significance of a couple of these things? The head trauma to the right side above his brow and defensive wounds to the hand. What story does that tell you, Dr. Kinsey?
Dang, now he's having issues.
Vinny, you have to look at it and take it as one other piece of evidence. If you think about what Dr. Dupree just said about, a lot of emergency room physicians mistake some of those head wounds for gunshot wounds. Well, there are also other things that cause injuries to extremities. And I wouldn't discount it, include it, or exclude it until we've got a full medical workup.
Good night, Cassie.
And the pathologist tells me that.
I want to also show you some notes from a trooper who spoke with the doctor who performed the first autopsy, Dr. Erin Presnell. She said that it was not a gunshot wound in her opinion, and that since the body was found in the roadway, she could only theorize that it had to be a motor vehicle that caused the death. I asked her if he had any other injuries, and she stated only a partially dislocated right shoulder. I asked her if she found any glass fragments or any other evidence of a motor vehicle, and she stated no. Then I asked her why she was ruling it as a motor vehicle accident and what she thought caused the head injury. She told me it was not her job to figure that out. It was mine.
Attitude.
Dr. Dupree, let me start here. Did
attitude from the beginning? You know what I'm saying? Look up the elections going around 2014, 2015, 2016. If you want to get into a rabbit hole on that, then you can also check out some of the other cases where there's some interesting information. Wink, wink. And did I notice that? I'm going to be digging into the episode. The next episode we cover is going to be all about the evidence SRB. It'll probably be Sunday evening. If you'd be available. I know you're pretty knowledgeable on a lot of this evidence. If you'd like to hop up on panel that evening, I'd love to have you if you're available. Just let me know. Good night, Cassie. Appreciate it. Yes, just keep breathing. Let me know.
you all find more than the original doctor found in the autopsy without getting specific about what was or wasn't found? What were there more things that were discovered second time around?
A good try, Vinny, again. And without discussing the specifics of what was or was not found, we found what we needed to find in the second autopsy. And, you know, that is the originals were right or wrong, or that they matched what we found.
Right.
We're just not talking about those results at this time.
Now, the other part of this that a lot of people were wondering about, she said, it's not my job to figure that out. It's the trooper's job to figure it out, the investigator. How do you see the role of the person who is performing the autopsy? How do you?
Can you guys see that? I just want to show you guys. Can you guys see that? Look at the driver's door handle compared to the rear door handle. The driver's side door handle is missing. Earlier in the show, I was telling you guys that it's not on the report. Driver's side door handle's missing. Not listed anywhere. Why is it missing? Would his wallet really be stuck in between the passenger door up front and the seat? I guess not. Maybe it doesn't need to be in the report. Maybe it doesn't even need to be talked about. But I just found it interesting. Because they don't show too many pictures at this angle. Usually, you got one picture that is pretty much this picture here that gets used, and that's about the only one. Everything else is behind and on the right side.
You see the role of the person who is.
And it makes you wonder if the mud got on his shoe from here. Or did it come from the cornfield? Because when we go back to the map, it's when you follow that path through the cornfield, then into the, it looks like an ATV path or something going around that property, and then you follow that path right out to the road. You know, it could have happened there. You're not walking too far from coming out into the road to where the body was found, so you could still have wet mud on your shoes. And when you're talking about July in South Carolina, it's hot and it's steamy, so it's going to take a while for that mud to dry too.
Is performing the autopsy versus the investigators. How are those roles defined from your perspective?
Ooh, hold on. I didn't see that, Jerry.
Well,
Let me check.
The pathologist job.
Down the side. Okay, so there's the picture. Do you see, is that the same line down the side that you saw on the other side, Cherry? Is it just part of the frame? So let me know if the line you saw was duplicated on this side, if it's part of the frame, because this is more of a close-up. Well, some of the mud, we're going to go through the pictures because I do have close-ups. I have all the pictures. I just have to put together a slideshow. So I got to clean up a lot of them. But there's going to be some where it's the full picture, zoomed in picture. Like, we're going to be going through the evidence. So it appears to me that some of the mud is dry and some of it is wet, or it could be dried blood and wet mud. Those are two things that I'm thinking it could be. But I'm thinking, well, here's the thing. There was a shoe print at the scene, right? There was a shoe print at the scene, but they didn't cast the shoe print because they said that it appeared to be a shoe print from one of the LE. So they didn't bother taking a sample. So I don't know how you should have took the sample and then, came to the conclusion that it was another member of LE. I don't know why you don't take the sample, but there was a shoe print next to the vehicle. No sample taken.
Figure that out. It's the true out, the investigator. How do you see the role of the person who is performing the autopsy versus the investigators? How are those roles defined from your perspective?
Well, the pathologist's job is to determine the cause and the manner of death. And sometimes we cannot determine the manner. There are only 5 causes internationally. Homicide, suicide, accident, natural.
We'll go
or
back to the
undetermined.
picture
And she rules
after
this
this.
as undetermined, which is appropriate. The rest of this, is, again, that's where the investigation becomes so important. You have to look at the totality of circumstances surrounding any death and not just focus tunnel vision on one thing or the other. And we also look at something called pertinent negatives. And when we find something or we don't find something that we expect to find, that can tell us an awfully lot.
Dr. Kenny Kinsey, how do you see that relationship between You know, the doctors who are doing the autopsy and the investigators who are investigating obviously both want to provide answers, but who answers what?
Vinny, I found in my career, it's always been a great partnership. I've never had a problem communicating. That it doesn't mean we're always going to agree, but I've never had a problem communicating with pathologists in 3 separate states. And I think it's teamwork. And I truly believe the pathologist has their crime scene brought to them. And of course, we go out to the scene. That's the big difference. But I do believe one complements the other. And I think one draws off of the other. But there's certain information I'm going to need from Dr. Dupree if she's the attending pathologist. And certainly there's a lot of information she's going to need from me. So, I mean, I don't get to sign the death certificate, but I believe the investigation part has a lot to do with it. And you've got to work in that partnership or you're not going to do the victim any justice. And I don't know what happened here. I don't know. I also read some of the documentation and that kind of thing. I myself, as an investigator, would not have left it at that. I would have given given it time to calm down, and I think I would have made another attempt to speak with whoever that doctor was.
Good stuff. All right, let me see here. We'll go back. I don't believe there was Kelt, but we will take another pick. We'll take another look here. I think it was right here, maybe.
Was or wasn't found. What were there more things that were discovered second time around?
A good try, Vinny, again. And without discussing the specifics of what was or was not found, we found what we needed to find in the second autopsy. And, you know, that isn't saying that the original results were right or wrong or that they matched what we found. We're just not talking about those results at this time.
Now, the other part of this that a lot of people were wondering about, she said, it's not my job to figure that out. It's the trooper's job to figure it out, the investigator.
All right, that side, they do not appear to be muddy. But I can't, I have to, that's why I'm going to save the evidence for probably Sunday night, the evidence show, because I'm going to be on a screen share with the slideshow. I wish they allowed you to have 2 screen shares where you could swap from one, like videos to documents. It's a pain in the butt. But this side does not appear to be muddy. Now the other side, there does appear to be a little bit of mud on the back tire, but that could just be because you're pulling through on that on the right side. It's pretty much grass. So let me get to the other side here, if it shows me.
Let me start here. Did you all find
What's up, Chris? Thanks for
more
hopping in.
than the original doctor found in the autopsy without getting specific about what was or wasn't found? What were there?
Now that back right tire does appear to have a little bit of dried mud on it. But if I can get to that picture again. I appreciate that. I'll have to check out some of the cold cases. If there's one you'd like me to try and learn about or cover, let me know. Okay. I'm sorry, not the back, the front right here. If you can see my cursor, I don't know if you can or not. I should change the color of it. But maybe I should have it like bright blue or something. But yeah, right here on the back part of the front tire there appears to be a little bit either gravel or dried up mud. Now, there were people messing with his battery cables earlier that morning. There was a green Jeep that was following him for a couple days prior to his unaliving. And his sister actually came and helped him fix his jumper cables that morning. But here, he ran out of gas. Now, he went to a gas station earlier that evening to try and get gas. And according to Mark Bickart, his so-called boyfriend, self-appointed probably, he states that he was on the phone with Steven when he was at the gas station, and he was getting harassed by a couple people in a pickup truck. So he decided not to get gas, ended up running out of gas. Not that his car wouldn't start, but the reason, or something else that was wrong with it, it just wouldn't start because there was no gas in it. Now, his wallet was found wedged in between this passenger door and the passenger seat. He did have his keys and his phone on him. His keys were still halfway out of his pocket, and his phone showed no signs of damage at all. Now, you all know, I even have a damn crack on my screen, and I have a case around my phone. So you know if you're getting hit by a vehicle, you know that something's going to be cracked on that phone or something's going to happen, right? No damage on the phone. No damage. So that is the vehicle when it comes to the muddy tires. Now, vehicles found here. You're walking through here from this road, or you're just cutting through the trees, cutting through the corn. You're ending up over here, and then you run into this path that's already well established. You're from the area. You travel in the woods often when this happens, according to your mom. And so I'm sure this is a path that was traveled because you know where it's going and it's still hidden by trees. And then you come out to County Road. You go just a short distance. Whoops. Whoa. You go just a short distance. Okay, here's that path. Short distance right up here. And you are found right at this location. So I could see how mud, if you're walking, I could see. And what can happen? Well, I don't know. I imagine your check engine light would come on, but I don't necessarily think, it's got those caps. It was a 2000, what year was that? 2014, I think. It was fairly new. Well, here's what I was thinking, Kel. I was thinking, because when I've ran out of gas before and I've called somebody to ask if they could come, you know, bring a tank or what, a gallon or whatever. Just as a common courtesy, I would have the gas cap out and the gas cap lid open. So that way, whenever they did show up carrying that gallon or 5-gallon tub, they don't have to do it. It's already ready for them. All they have to do is walk up and start pouring. Because I appreciate the time that they're taking out of their day or whatever to come give me a hand. So why wouldn't I have a gas cap and the gas, cap open and removed, ready for that person to, either hand it to me or they just walk up and start pouring it. So I think he was waiting for somebody, because when you come to this map, this is why I think he was waiting. Okay, I'm gonna take out these again, and I'm gonna show you. Let's see here. Let's get rid of this one. We're gonna get rid of that one, and all right, we're gonna get rid of this one. Okay. Oh shoot, I got rid of too many. 1 second. I need to keep Joe Miley Road on there. So we'll get rid of that one. We'll get rid of that one. We'll get rid of that one. Okay. So when you go to walk, this is why I don't think he was walking. So if you're going to cut, because this is where he was staying at his dad's, because he stayed at his dad's during the week. Okay. It was a weeknight. So this is where he was supposedly going to, right? I don't see, especially when his mom states that his sister was waiting up for him. I don't see how he's going to walk almost 2 hours when you can call and have somebody bring you a can, a gallon of gas or something. Do I think he was harassed where he ran out of gas? Because his mom states he would never walk on the road. He was too skittish. If anything, he would be waiting in the woods, because anytime that they did come to help him out when he was stranded, he was always waiting in the woods, to the point where they would drive by while he was on the phone with them, and they'd say, I see your car, but I don't see you. And he would say, oh, okay, I'm going to come out now. So that's why I feel like he was waiting, or about to, he had just got there, somebody seen him, or he contacted somebody to come help him out that isn't named, and they're the ones that took advantage of the situation. I think something happened at this location. An abduction, something, an abduction. Something happened at that location. And then I also think that, and we found this out from Suzanne Andrews, I also think that so his body was found right by that pole right there. Okay? This house right here, and I found this out from Suzanne Andrews, this house was vacant at the time the crime took place. Now, when you look at this house, I want you to see how secluded this house is. You got one house here, one house here. Look at that dense forest. I mean, look at this. And this house, it's way back here. Right here. Okay? You got all of these woods, and look. Surrounded by woods. Why do you think an R kit was done? Because I think with this vacant property, at the time, LE states that the corn was tall. This is a picture from 2009. It's way back before, according to LE, before they cut down all of these trees. So yes, this picture is older, but it actually benefits us because it shows the true tree line when this crime was taking place. You just have to imagine the corn. Think about it. July corn. It's getting up there, okay? You got all that corn from all the way down there, all the way down there. You got all of that thick forest, dense forest around this property. I bet you if we could sneak back there, you could just keep walking back and back and back and back and back. And hell, you don't even know if they even use this property. That could be a possibility as well. Slip through the back door. Who's gonna hear? Then somebody incoherent coming from this property, half out of it, half into it, standing there stumbling, and then somebody drives by and plays whack a mailbox with a human being. That's what I speculate took place. There was some kind of activity that happened where the vehicle was at. I have a feeling that this property was used, whether it was the house or the yard. I feel that the what you want to say, the final blow took place on this road. I don't think he was in his right mental focus state of mind. And then I think somebody drove by and used an object. Because I don't know how you get the crime scene you get with a hit and run. I don't know how you get the crime scene you get with placing somebody there and then the crime scene being what it is does not make sense. What makes sense to me is somebody that is not aware for whatever reason and an act was taken place. You could say a hit and run in a way, but I think it was a hit with an object like that mailbox game. But that's just my opinion. There's plenty more evidence to come out. And that second autopsy, I feel, is going to say kind of what took place with the bones, how they, it's kind of like those airplane crash scene investigations. There's little signs that can tell you certain things on how certain things get broke. Now, I'm just hoping that the evidence was all there when it came to what was in the coffin. So I thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry I'm getting late to chat here. Yeah, probably just from pulling in. Yeah, just let me know whichever one you'd like me to, Chris. I'll check it out. And do you do any shows on YouTube? And that's what I was thinking too. It could have been a stage scene where somebody siphoned the gas. I thought that in the very beginning. But a lot of these newer vehicles now have those features where they make that a little difficult. It just depends. Who knows? Aw. No damage on the phone. Nope. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Chris. Yes. There's so much in these episodes. There was an escort. It's been confirmed by the sister. So once it was confirmed by the sister in an interview, it is part of the case. He was involved in escort. And, that's one of Eric Bickhart, Steven's so-called boyfriend, stated he feels it had something to do with the service that he was using. It was on Craigslist. I appreciate that, Chris. Thank you. Well, and this is the interesting thing, Justice. I'm going to go back to the bird's eye view. This is what's crazy. I was looking up and down this road. I was looking up and down this road, okay? Now, when you look up and down this road, you got, and this is that intersection, right? So as you're driving down, and I'm not going to go too zoom in because it'd take forever, but I've already checked. As you're driving down, you got roads that turn off here, roads that turn off there. So as you're going down, right, you got house here, you have driveways, you keep going down, you keep going down, you get the point, right? Now look at this. This is the only spot of the road, Justice, that has that little patch. I think this was a meetup spot. I think this was a meetup spot that probably was used in the past, okay? If you're dealing with escorts, you don't want to meet at a McDonald's. You certainly don't want to meet at your home. And you certainly don't want to meet at their home. Okay? You want to meet in a secluded location. Now, yeah, it's not that secluded because you have a driveway here and a house that is like way around here, okay? So it kind of is secluded in a way because there's also another exit right there, which is probably mainly used because the driveway is coming off down here, which they probably go south. So this road is probably rarely ever used right here. Okay, so it is secluded. But when you go technical, no. This is the only little cement patch off here. That's why I think it was a meeting spot. That's why I think he was meeting somebody. That's why I think, like you guys are saying, with the gas siphon, I think it was a distraction. Because again, why are you going to walk 2 hours? Why does it keep popping up? Why are you going to walk 2 hours back home from here all the way over to here when you can just call somebody? That's why I don't think he was walking. That's why I think this was a meetup spot. That's why I think something took place here and then ended up being finished around here. You have to understand, when it comes to meeting at hotels, this is the low country South. He had to be very, very, very cautious about who he was even out in public with. He had to be very, very cautious about even being seen, to the point where if his car did get stranded, or he did get stranded, which happened frequently, that he would go hide in the woods. So it probably was the locations that things would take place, I would imagine, would be somewhere in the woods, because there's been reports from his sister where he stated to her that he's had people chase him through the woods. So I could see the acts taking place either in the vehicle or taking place in the woods, and I feel that where the car was located again was a meetup spot. where the car was found, there was enough room for another car minimum to be parked next to his vehicle. And I think some of these took place in the woods, especially when his sister is saying that he was chased in the woods from people multiple occasions. That's what I was thinking, Kel. Something started to take place here, and then it was just very coincidental that the body is found right by this vacant property. Okay? A secluded, vacant property around dense woods. Blake Chapel. Yeah, send me some information on one you want me to cover sometime, Chris. Because there are some nights where I just kind of want to have a different topic, and I'll definitely entertain some different cases here. Appreciate that. So that's what I'm thinking. But yeah, we'll be going into the evidence. I'm thinking Sunday night. So let me go to the next video here. And thank you all for hanging out. They did do swabs. And as far as I read on the report, they were not processed. Kelly Green was in charge of those, amongst other things. Okay. So I wanted to go to this News Nation, these two News Nation videos, and then I'm going to be checking out this Lawn Crime Network. And then I might check out this Nancy Grace, because we haven't watched her for a while. I enjoy Nancy Grace, and she's going to be talking about the crime scene photos. So maybe what we'll do, since there are some people in here that aren't too caught up, maybe we will check out that one instead of the Lawn Crime Network one. That way she'll show some of it and kind of explain some of it as well. If you definitely want to check out the show where we talk about the coroner pathologist and the South Carolina Highway Patrol, that does go into it, but it's like 2.5 hours. But you can skip ahead through the intro. So we're going to go to this News Nation video. Pathologist describes second autopsy on Stephen Smith's body. And it says exclusive. I'm hoping, Kel. All right, let me get to this video here. I'm hoping.
Second autopsy this weekend. So we had Dr. Kenneth Kins on. He's the forensic crime scene analyst. Told us last night he was excited about the results of the weekend autopsy. He was there, and also said that it was very positive for the case.
Thank you, Chris.
That's interesting. What's even more interesting is that the report for the second autopsy is going to come out at some point soon.
Thanks for hanging
Tonight,
out.
I'm joined by Dr. Michelle Dupree, the pathologist who oversaw the second autopsy this weekend. Dr. Dupree, thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Can you tell me what you discovered in this new autopsy?
Well, I can actually tell you that we were able to get all of the information really that we need. We were able to do a complete and thorough second autopsy. Everything that has been done, everyone who has taken care of Stephen from day one till he was returned back to the grave did a very professional job, and that made our job of a second autopsy a lot easier.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I was also keenly interested when Dr. Kinsey said that he was, quote, excited about new evidence. What does that mean?
Well, I don't know that it's actually new evidence. There's certainly some evidence that we recovered because we did do a second complete autopsy. I am also excited that we were able to do that. And I think that we got the information we need to move the investigation forward. And of course, now that is in the hands of law enforcement, and they're doing an excellent job.
But does that move the investigation forward towards an intentional killing rather than what the original medical examiner determined, that potentially a passing truck might have hit Stephen's head with the rearview mirror and kept on going? Did what you discovered this weekend
Ooh,
move
good
this
question, but she probably won't
investigation
answer it.
towards what is far more sinister?
Well, some of that information obviously is being kept under wraps for reasons of the investigation. But what I can say is, again, that we recovered the information that we need to, and that the investigation is moving forward. That's really where we stand right now.
And I respect that there's not a lot you can say. Won't stop me from asking, though, that's for sure, Dr. Dupree. Can I ask you this? Did this second autopsy reveal things that the first autopsy did not?
Yes, I guess it did in a way. There's always some challenges with a second autopsy. The first autopsy was very professional. And we were able to, again, do a thorough and complete autopsy. And part of the reason is because, again, everyone that handled it from the time in the middle of the road when he was found to the funeral home to everything after that, because it was done professionally and everyone that took care of him did a good job, we were able to get what we needed.
So I guess the question still is germane, and that is, did you discover things in your second autopsy? And thank God that the condition of the body lent itself well to this second investigation. Did you discover things that were a surprise, that were missed the first time around?
Well, I think it's premature to actually speculate on that. I hate to be a broken record, but we found things that we needed to move the investigation forward. And, that's really all that we can release about the autopsy itself right now.
So for me, the
Yeah,
layperson,
they're
I
not
would
going to
just
say
wonder,
too
and I
much.
understand you maybe can't tell me what those things were, but what kinds of things would you be able to discover in a second autopsy that would change an investigation? And feel free to cite examples that aren't related to this case, but I'm trying to get my head around what you would have discovered that would have been different, which would have basically stopped everyone in their tracks.
And again, I'm not saying that this is necessarily different, but things that we would look for in a case like this, we're going to be particularly interested in the fractures. And we actually had not only a forensic pathologist, but we also had a forensic anthropologist, because we weren't certain what shape the body would be in when we actually got to the autopsy suite in Florida. And so we wanted to cover all of our bases.
Thank you for watching. Go to now.com to find News Nation on your television. Don't forget to click the subscribe button below to get News Nation's
I hit
fact-driven,
backspace.
unbiased coverage.
Whoa, I hit backspace. Okay. Yeah, they're not going to say too much. So this is about the two people that are suspects of interest. But when you look at the full report, it's the only thing that states who and that they did something. So obviously they're going to start off with that. Now, do I feel that theory, when we went into our theories and our thoughts, I thought that theory was like on the bottom of the totem pole. It doesn't wash. Okay. I thought that was on the bottom of percentile of what I thought actually would have taken place. So I see how they're going off with the two persons of interest in the beginning. I have a feeling that this is a start. I don't think these two were involved. I think it was used as a smokescreen to dilute seeing all the truth. And I think that even though it was, in my opinion, a smokescreen, I think with them starting off from there and the heat that they're going to apply, I think that is also what is going to help bring the truth of what actually took place. So I'm going to go ahead and play this, and then we'll get into that Nancy Grace. Yeah, Flora's crazy. I appreciate Jinx and Silky
Since July 8th,
for that show. Thank
2015,
you.
a lot of people have been asking questions, wanting answers. And I would say since the last 3-4 years, that number of people has grown so exponentially. It has led to a reopening of the case of Stephen Smith, kind of a re-energizing, should we say, because it was never closed. It was just that he was dead and buried, 8 years ago, and police said hit and run, nothing else. But then Maggie and Paul Murdoch were killed and bringing on something that suggested, we need to take another look at Stephen Smith's incident, because maybe it's not an incident, maybe it's actually a murder.
Thank you, SRB.
So the re-energizing has led to two events, and I've got two for you tonight that you need to hear. Number one, there are two persons of interest now that SLED is reportedly looking at in connection to this case. And they were always around. They were listed in the reports. They are also connected to the Murdochs. Maybe that doesn't surprise you. Let me tell you who they are. And this comes to us from Fitz News, citing a SLED source.
Yep.
Patrick
There we go.
Wilson and Sean Connolly, both 25 years old at the time.
Here's the link.
No, 25 now. They were teenagers at the time, just a few miles away from where Stephen Smith's body was found. They were both briefly mentioned in a Highway Patrol accident report 5 months after Smith's death. And here's why. This is what an investigator actually wrote. I'm going to cite the report. I received information from Corporal Duncan about an individual named Daryl Williams. He is stating that his stepson, Patrick Wilson, that's one of the persons of interest. His stepson, Patrick Wilson, told him that Sean Connolly, that's the other person of interest, struck and killed Stephen Smith. Mr. Williams stated that his son told him this in confidence, and that his son had moved out and that he did not know where he was staying. Mr. Williams stated that the reason he was passing all this information on was because Randy Murdoch told him to call.
There you go.
That's kind of weird.
Page 28 in the report. I put the link in chat for the report if you'd like the full report. If you'd like the audio version, page 28, this is what it states. That's why and that's the only part of the report that actually states something happened to Stephen Smith with these people involved. Now, as you get through the report, page 29, 30, then you start to get back to the statements from Ellie, and that's when it goes into further how they're trying to contact Patrick, how they're trying to contact Daryl, and so on. But page 28 in the report is where this is at.
Why Randy Murdoch tell Daryl Williams to call police about his stepson, Patrick Wilson, and his friend, Sean Connolly? Why would Randy Murdoch do that? Okay, here's another connection. At the time, Mr. Wilson, Patrick Wilson, now 25, but back then a teenager, he was also facing attempted murder charges, teenager facing attempted murder charges, and suddenly those charges were dropped shortly afterwards by a prosecutor who was connected to the Murdochs.
Listen to
Why
that
were
again.
the charges of attempted murder dropped against Patrick Wilson? Less than a year after Stephen Smith died, Randy Murdoch then filed 2 motor vehicle accident lawsuits against the other kid, Connolly. Sean Connolly. Why would Randy Murdoch file 2 motor vehicle accident lawsuits against Sean Connolly? And why all of a sudden later were they dismissed?
Yep.
Connolly himself, history of DUIs, domestic violence arrests, kids, obviously troubled kids, problems in their lives. But what's their connection with the rich Murdochs of the Low Country? The rich and powerful Murdochs hanging out with teenagers?
We reported
Thank you for
that.
watching.
We reported that a few episodes ago. It's very interesting. Like I said, there's a reason why I have cover up in my title, and I have ever since the beginning. All right, we're going to go to this Nancy Grace episode. It's a little lengthy one, so I appreciate you hanging out. We haven't watched Nancy Grace for a while. So there's the link for the channel here. Repeat what? Justice. There's for Nancy Grace. New Stephen Smith crime scene photos. And then what I'll do is they how do I, they were all friends, Co. They were friends with the Murdaugh boys. There's a little good old boy network clique that they had with all the boys, and it was about it was 8 to 10 individuals. Oh, there's so much to learn on this case. Oh, I wish I could sum it all up quick. It's so, there's so much to it. How do I say that? They hung around a lot. So, but yeah, dude, he got the murder charge, was he got off on that. But yeah, you can dig into that. That's a rabbit hole too. There's so much to this. There really is. I thought they all did at some point. Patrick ended up going to the Christian school. Paul ended up getting transferred to a private school. So it's just kind of interesting. He was a troubled kid. Sean was, and definitely broke the law a few times. But it's just interesting how Randy shows up and contacts. Now, Randy was representing Stephen's father in an injury case, but it's just kind of interesting how he contacts him. All right, so we're gonna check out Nancy Grace and see what she has to say about these crime scene photos, and then I will go ahead and end the show with some of the photos, and I'll just put a graphic warning up at the end. So I'll let everybody know when I'm going to go into the graphic area. And then I'll go ahead and say goodnight, and I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, there's a lot of rabbit holes in this case, Justice. But we're going into the evidence. I might have to rewind it a little bit. Nope.
I believe first used by HBO.
Oh.
The photos are out there now. They are photos.
Follow me on Twitter if you want
by
them.
HBO in an investigative special they did on the Murdaughs, and including Stephen
She calls them
Smith's
Murdaughs.
death, now ruled a homicide. In these photos, which we are not showing, but they've been picked up on many outlets and publicized, there are photos of Stephen Smith's body lying literally on the yellow line in the center of the road.
Right.
And you see his blood.
Yeah.
On the road. And I can only imagine what that's doing to his mother, Sandy. This with the backdrop of Alex Murdaugh's and his family's home, his possessions, personal photos of family trips and vacations. Everything has gone on the block, netting several $1 million. We also learn, as the Stephen Smith case is bubbling, we learned that Alex Murdaugh may have planned the murders of at least Maggie, if not Maggie and Paul.
Okay. This is weird. That's weird.
Planned the murders of at least Maggie, if not Maggie and Paul.
What the heck?
I believe first year HBO.
Whoa. What the heck is going on?
In an investigative
What the
special they
heck?
did on the Murdaughs, and including
Sorry,
Stephen
everybody.
Smith's
I know.
death, now ruled a homicide. In these photos, which we are not showing,
It like stops loading at 1:30.
but they've been picked up on many outlets and publicized. There are photos of Stephen Smith's body lying literally on the yellow line in the center of the road. And you see his blood on the road. And I can only imagine what that's doing to his mother, Sandy. This with the backdrop of Alex Murdaugh's and his family's home, his possessions, personal photos of family trips and vacations. Everything has gone on the block, netting several $1 million. We also learn, as the Stephen Smith case is bubbling, we learned that Alex Murdaugh may have planned the murders of at least Maggie, if not Maggie and Paul, up to 6 months prior to the double homicide. I'm Nancy Grace, guys. Thanks for being with us. With me, a real expert, Chris McDonough, star of The Interview Room on YouTube. You can find him at coldcasefoundation.org, but he is a former homicide detective with well over 300 homicide cases, investigations under his belt. You know, Chris McDonough, thank you for being with us. I hardly know where to start with all of this, but let's just start with the crime scene photos. I don't want to show them of Stephen Smith's body. I don't think that's what his mother wants right now. But I have seen them, having been pulled from the program on HBO Max. The one, I want you to give me your opinion. One, first of all, he's positioned directly on the center line, the yellow line. You've driven there, as have I. It's really dark. No street lights, nothing. And I'm telling you, Chris McDonough, I know you drove it. I don't know if you drove it at night, but you can see a vehicle coming. I'm not kidding, a mile away. And on this stretch, it's not a curve. It's not like the car could suddenly come out from around a curve and mow it.
That's why I think he was incoherent in a way, standing there while something took place, because it just doesn't make sense.
Down. He would have seen a car coming literally miles away.
100%, Nancy. And I think, you know, you pointed it out here on your show that when you first see this photograph of this young man laying
dead center in the middle of the road, you do have to ask yourself, well, wait a minute. There was a car that obviously passed him that called 911 and said, hey, there's somebody in the middle of the road. You need to get the police out here because somebody's, quote, going to hit him, end quote. Well, we go back and we look at this photograph and we think to ourselves, well, wait a minute. How did this young man get into that position if this was an automobile accident?
I mean, it's like he's lying there on his back, like in a movie, staged, and his legs have bent over at the knee to his left, and he's lying there, one arm, his left arm down right beside him, literally placed in the middle of the road. Now, if you keep looking, this is really important. I'd like you to look at the photo of him where you see the blood. It doesn't look like his body has been dragged any distance at all. It looks like the blood is originating from under his head and slowly going off to his right. It's not like he was hit and you see blood along the road to where his body is. It looks like the blood originates right there where he's lying, and then just he bleeds out from there. There's no indication that his body was hit by a car and moved any distance at all.
I agree. And if we look even further to your point, at his upper right arm that's sticking out, he appears to have some type of blood transfer that is emanating towards the top of his arm, where the majority of the blood is at the bottom on the roadway. So at some point, either A, he had to be moving, or B, he was moved that would cause that type of transfer. Now, that would have to be examined a little bit closer, but that is also another part of this blood pattern analysis here that just sticks out almost immediately. The position of his legs as well, Nancy, I mean, you've on it, about how they're just folded there. What I would be interested in knowing is at the autopsy, are there impressions or bruising underneath the ankles where his legs are positioned? Because that will tell us if potentially somebody carried him from the top, i.e. underneath his arms, which would cause that potential transfer on the right arm, or at the bottom, a second person by the ankles positioned in the middle of the roadway.
Okay, could you say that one more time about the position of the legs, of Stephen Smith's legs? I mean, I've handled a lot of dead body cases, homicides, suicides. I've never, except for a woman that was lying in bed. She was lying in bed when her husband murdered her and set it up to look like suicide. That's the only time I've ever seen someone just lying there like Sleeping Beauty until this. Usually, their limbs are askew and in odd configurations that don't look natural. Here, it's like he's been lying there reading, and his legs folded over, and he's just lying there. Would you repeat your analysis one more time?
Well, and this is what I think might have happened. I think the way that he was laying, I think that could have also been possibly from a seizure. So, I know the way he's laying looks odd when you go to see the picture, but I also think that it could have happened the way his body's laying from a seizure as well.
Yes, and that is typically a potential indication that the body was picked up and moved to this position. Not that the young man was walking in the middle of the roadway and struck by a car and ended up in this position. But this positioning, I would submit to you, is more consistent with potentially even two people
And I just want to let you guys know, see to the right, see how tall that corn is? See all the trees right there? If you go have a recent picture now, a lot of these trees have been cut down right here. And at the time of the crime, I just want you guys to see this. The corn was already tall.
Bring this body to this point. Because you would have to have somebody at the ankles, and you would have to have somebody at the top, and typically under the armpit. So it was as if you're doing remember the old fireman carry?
Yep.
Where
that makes sense as well.
And then kind of somebody get the ankles and then move him, boom, drop him.
I also
And if
think
they dropped
seizure
him,
could have done it too.
hypothetically, and that would cause the type of head bleed that we're seeing there. What I'm not seeing, and I would like to see the autopsy photographs, is any onset of lividity. We're not able to see that in these particular photographs.
I don't see any rigor. I would not expect his legs to be in that position if rigor had set in. I mean, what do you think about that?
No, I agree with you 100%. I'm not seeing any of that.
Guys, we were talking about the death of a teen boy, Stephen Smith, that has been
Man, this buffer. I don't know what's going on with this. I don't even have that many tabs open. Well, while we're waiting for this, I'm going to go to my Twitter real quick. And let me see here. Excuse me. Ooh, whew, I caught that one. Come on, Nancy Grace. This always happens on Nancy Grace videos. Let me see, 8:52. Thank you,
I
Jess.
believe first used by HBO in
Let's see,
an
8:52.
investigative.
Why is it not even letting me? Oh my
Special they
gosh,
did on
YouTube.
the Murdochs and
Why is it not letting me?
Stephen.
Here we go.
Guys, we were talking about the death of a teen boy, Stephen Smith, that has been.
Really? Come on. There's some breaking news that came out in the beginning of the show. I'm gonna hit on at the end of this episode. I'm gonna share the link to the source, and then you can check out the pictures that way. Let me see here while we're waiting for this buffer. Okay, here we go. All right, so here is the link to that. So if you want to check those out while we're waiting for the buffer, go ahead. I'm not going to show those at the end of this episode. I already, also you can go to the, and it is a good episode when we talk about the coroner, the pathologist, and the South Carolina Highway Patrol. We get into some of the report, and we also have some of the statements from the South Carolina Highway Patrol regarding this case and what their opinions were. And then we end that episode with the content that I shared with you here with the link in chat. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up. That sucks. That sucks. Let me try it again. They had a lot of interesting stuff to say. Let me try it again. I'm trying to close down everything that I can. Jeez. Yeah, I already closed them, all the ones I could close. I already did that after it buffered the first time. This is crazy. Oh no, it happens every time Nancy Grace episodes. There's always something weird, whether the screen gets skewed or... Who knows? We had some damaging storms come through a couple times. I know some people have outages around here, so I'm wondering if they're working on some of the lines around here, and maybe it's not the 500 gigs that I usually have, because something ain't right. Yeah, StreamYard's been having a bad couple days too. That's for sure. Alright. Dang. What if I skip ahead? Come on. They were having some really interesting conversations. Okay. Well, not sure. I guess we'll just go ahead and skip that. Good night, Butterfly. Appreciate you hanging out. I guess we'll just skip that. I'm going to go ahead and go to this breaking news. This is crazy. This came out in the beginning of the show tonight, and I was like, oh, man. I know this has nothing to do with Stephen Smith. This is going to be... This is item 4. Coburger. But it's such breaking news that I ain't going to end the stream. I'm going to try and get back to know what's going on. I'll just leave that on pause, and maybe it'll load up at some point. Who knows? Let me go back to here. All right, so we'll just let it load up from there while we watch this other one real quick, and then hopefully we can go back to that. This is very interesting here. And I know it's Cuomo. but check this out.
Tonight, we have another exclusive set of details, and they go to two aspects. One, evidence of what was found, places where he lived, or he inhabited, okay, that may connect him to one of the victims. An ID was found connected to someone from the home in Moscow, Idaho. It was found during one of the searches of Koberger's residences, plural. So what does that mean? Well, either they found it in Washington, you know, where he was, just outside Moscow, Idaho, or in Pennsylvania. Police also believe they have evidence that could connect Koberger to what they are viewing as cyber stalking of someone from the Moscow residence. We've reached out to the police. Due to the gag order, they can't confirm this information. But does this answer two questions? Is it a smoking gun? You know, I never really understand what that means. You know, obviously, is it the murder weapon? Who is it? No. But does it connect him to a group of people he had no business to be familiar with? And does it imply that Koberger may have had more people on his list, and that may be why they're investigating him, to see if they can connect him to any other situations? Let's bring in retired FBI agent and News Nation legal contributor Jennifer Coffindaffer and high-profile trial attorney Mark Garagos. To both of your reckonings, you're familiar with the reporting and the sourcing on this. I basically have it right, yes? Nods of the head is enough? Okay, so from the investigative side, look, Garagos hates doing anything that's favorable to me. You see that? Even nodding his head. He didn't really want to. He was fighting it. So from the investigative side, Jennifer Coffindaffer, we'll start with you. You find ID from one of the victims in a place that was controlled, inhabited by Koberger. Let's start with that. How big a deal?
It's a big deal. That is a smoking license. Just like the sheath was a smoking sheath found next to Maddie with his DNA on that clasp, it's the same thing in this situation. Why would he have an ID related to one of those people from that house? And remember, we know that identifications were recovered from the glove box, and that was at the Pennsylvania search warrant. So interesting. We always wondered, what were those identifications that they referred to?
What's the counter, Mark?
Well, look, the counter is we don't know if it's true yet. I think part of the problem is when you put a gag order on stuff like this and you don't have a way for people to respond, you get us doing what we're doing now. I mean, I would much rather find out if in fact this is true. I would want to find out, number two, where it was found precisely, and I would want to know who it's of. And if you get if you assume all, then I don't disagree with Coffindaffer. It is a
The idea that we have, what are they talking about, you think, Jennifer, in the universe of we have evidence that we believe shows that there was cyber stalking of him, of somebody else, either in that house or elsewhere? What kind of things might they be talking about?
Well, again, to Garagos's point, if that's true, why do people stalk? They stalk because they're feeling persecuted, and this is a way that they can exact their revenge. The same reason why people commit these types of heinous murders. All it means is pursuing stealthily. So this would line up completely with the crime he is accused of committing.
And by the way,
wrong, Mark?
it fits right in. It fits right
That's
in
the
with Jennifer's
speculation.
theory from last night too. So she's really building quite a true crime manifesto here.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the book.
Yeah,
I'm going to need her on the podcast. The idea of is it fair to?
They're just saying that, according to sources, the ID is connected to the Idaho unalivings, and they found it in one of the residents. and I believe it was the residence that was in PA that it was found. That's what's being reported right now.
To argue, counselor, at this point, even if both of these things are true, I'm more worried about the ID being in something of his control or possession than you could be into somebody and and looking at him a little bit too closely for somebody else's comfort, but it doesn't mean you killed him.
That's exactly right. Because if you've got something, I'm going to guess, and Jennifer, you can slap me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to guess that she would then say, look, if Pennsylvania turns out that they find things and he's connected to other crimes, this is what serial killers do. They have trophies. They take a trophy, blah, blah, blah. This is like a true crime, I don't know, to exponential levels. So that is what the argument would be. And that's a very, I'll give you this. If
a good question,
any of this
Justice.
is true, it's a very difficult hurdle for the
I don't
defense.
think so, though.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to News Nation now.
I don't think he did. It is a good question, though. Especially you're going to fly out there, spend all that money, and then drive 40 hours because they didn't go direct. They had to go in a roundabout way because of the storm, so it ended up being 40 some hours instead of the 37. That's why they are on a different interstate going through Indiana when they got pulled over than what you would typically take based off the route. But they had to take a route that went south first and then over instead of taking over and then south, just because of the weather that was taking place during that time. So I'm going to switch back to this Nancy Grace. Let's see how much is loaded. Not much, just about where we were at. So unfortunately, that episode's probably not going to be able to be finished. Maybe on another night. But I'm going to go ahead and end the show. I just wanted to end it with that breaking news just to let everybody know. It's pretty interesting information found at one of the residences. And I believe it's being reported it was in the PA residence at his parents' house. But we'll have more information when we do the next Idaho 4 show coming up. We'll be doing one of those coming up soon. I got a lot of stuff to go over on that case as well. So we will go back into this and then some of the other stuff that I have collected for that as well. I'll be on tomorrow. I'll definitely send out a notification early. And tomorrow night, we'll be hanging out, just chit-chatting, watching some different things. Maybe this documentary, see what happens. See if we get shut down or not. And then we'll be doing some Jackbox after that. So get your devices ready and have a way to have the show up. And join us in some Jackbox tomorrow night. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for hanging out so much. I know this is a longer stream. Definitely a lot of stuff that we checked out. So thank you so much for your conversation, your information, and your thoughts and theories and ideas. And we'll definitely be having another night, probably Sunday night, when we cover nothing but the evidence and some of the things in the full report that just don't make sense when it comes to it just not making sense, or when it comes to the evidence that we're going to go over. So we'll check that out. And if you want to do a deep dive on the evidence, go ahead. And if you want to join me and include your thoughts, you're more than welcome. I'll have an open panel that night as well. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and thank you so much. I appreciate everything.